up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that, 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 pull up in that.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to get into it. Game number 1 is upon us. Venomcrest Serpents versus Tempest Gaming. Tempest currently are sole leaders, 4-0, looking untouchable right now. And the Serpents mounted a bit of a comeback last time around. They seem to be struggling, but at the end of the day, now in the context of that win, they pushed DMG UK all the way, and then they took that win over Belfast Storm, I believe it was. So, Rail, talk to me about the Serpents, about how this glow-up that we're seeing. What do you think is now going right for them as a team?
They just seem to have a more staple game plan of what they actually wanted to do. Like against Ruddy, they knew they wanted to camp the Olaf and just deny it from getting any resources at all. And then they started transitioning and resources into other lanes and said, we don't need to do anything for top anymore. Camille got the solo kill on the Olaf before even any gang consistency even came. So that's already practically lane winning as it is. Because Camille has no right ever getting first blood in that lane.
No, does not. You know, breaking the mold a little bit there. This has been a player that we've touched on before, had such a struggle in week 1, but has now bloomed into this fantastic bruiser player that we are seeing. The Renekton and the Camille, massive games for him, doing much more what I wanted to see from in the open qualifiers. Rude dude, in terms of Inno as this player, talk to me a little bit about how you think he has been playing out so far, his improvement for week 1 to week 2, and how do you think he's maybe going to do into the Tempest top laner that has been taking a lot of names, Bear Tree?
Yes, so Inno obviously started out a little bit rough, had a week 1 that we'd rather not speak of from his perspective, but week number 2 came in, started out on these bruiser style champions, as we've mentioned, and started taking names, started taking numbers, and was more than happy to start throwing down. I think this specific top play matchup, it's important that we highlight it, because again, as you mentioned, Bear Tree has not had that slump in week number 1. In fact, has probably been one of the best performing has been one of the best performing tops in the top lane. That's without a doubt. The question is whether or not it's the best, and I'll put my money on and say that it has been so far. He's played 4 games, won all 4 of them, and the majority of them is with him solo bolo 1v2. Doesn't matter what sort of adversities you throw at him, he's able to come away with an advantage and then translate that into the rest of the map. And obviously when we're looking at a team like Venomcrest, who had struggled a little bit in those early stages, I think that if they fall back to that tank style just to try and neutralise Bear Tree a little bit, they may struggle a little bit actually, because we've not seen Inno perform as well on those style champions. And then of course there's a double-edged sword. If you throw him onto the bruisers and then he gets absolutely slammed by Bear Tree, you've got a useless bruiser in the top lane. Yeah. So it's a difficult one to call, in all honesty. But I mean, I would rather see bruiser versus bruiser go poorly than bruiser versus tank go and then Bear Tree runs the game.
Yeah, I mean, so many of these Bear Tree games, it's not like he's even abusing, like, heavy meta. It's the Alawi and then at least 2 games of set, right? Like, he's just waiting for his opponents to pick on and then goes, I'm going to take set again. What a shocker. And he's just clowning on them with it, right? So, yeah, I don't want to see them serve up the set pick for Bear Tree again. I'd like to see Inno go toe-to-toe with him. They have shown potential for Bartoldi to get up and help him a little bit in the jungle, you know, give some assistance where needed, help push through that lane. And maybe they can get that advantage and take down Tempest in the same way they took down Ruddy. But for the rest of the map, Tempest Gaming have such a strong mid-jungle duo. This was a focus for them when we talked about them at the start of this split rail with Dunlosi and Kusai, names that we know and love. They have looked absolutely stellar all the way through this split. And last time we even got to see the Kusai Akali getting quadra kills and all the stuff up and down the rift. So do you think that Venomcrest has any chance to match in the mid-jungle? Do you think they can actually find an advantage here? Is it better to stand back and try and give space in that lane? Or is that even something you're allowed to do? Do you lose too much having to sit back there?
I feel like that's such a difficult 2v2 to ever beat, and that's one of the big problems. They have so much synergy together, they've played together for so long, and they know how each other works inside and out. Just probably this time around, we don't want some of the invades from Dunlosi, because he kind of got punished from twice. The main focus I have is actually towards the bot lane, because you've got Scream and Buzzy, who have quietly had good games every single game without fail. They don't really have any errors in laning phase, and they're strong at team fighting. So overall, they're the package what you want. But then on the other side, Venomcrest bot lane, they quietly have good games. They've not been the worst. Like their last game, KZ just kept flying off from across the screen. You wouldn't see him coming, but the man was always there.
Yeah, he found the angles, right? It's true, right? This mid jungle seems maybe a little bit doomed, and there's ways to mitigate that in the draft for sure. But yeah, top and bot, they feel like lanes where Venomcrest, there's an angle, right? There is a chance for them to get the advantage. Inno has shown he can break open strong top laners. On the bot lane as well, Fastlane especially, when he's coming in, we have seen some immediate results. You can see the roster for Venomcrest today in front of you here. Him coming back in, replacing Little Pants after week 1, after the subbing that he did. He has looked so strong on these engages. He's really started to pull the team together in the team fights. And yes, he's being denied rel every single game, but that doesn't matter. He's still very, very experienced, and it is showing. And that kind of KZ Fastlane experience bot lane is showing the value they have. Now, into Scream and Buzzy, that is still tough, right? That is, they've shown everything, right? Scream, I don't know if you agree with this, Rude Dude, but I feel like Scream might be the best player in the entire league right now.
It's an early shout to go best player in the entire league. Again, certainly has merits to it. I wouldn't put my chips all the way down onto Scream specifically.
I like to gamble.
But
yeah, I'm going for it.
Yeah, well, you know what? Plus or minus your schmeckles, we'll have to wait and see where Tempest Gaming end up and where Scream specifically ends up. And I, for one, as an AD carry main, I'm all for trying to advocate for best players in the league being AD carries, as much as we may get spoon-fed a little bit of our resources. It doesn't matter. I do think that Scream is just somebody who, if you want to win a 2 versus 2 in the bot side, Scream, I think, just puts up the best defense from what I've seen so far. And I already saw last week as well that KZ did struggle a little bit in that lane up against Ruddy Painkillers, right? Sin was actually doing very well on the bot side, unfortunately. Playing against a Camille that got fed, you're an AD carry.
Yeah.
Go figure.
I'll cogmore at that, there's no chance there. He gets engaged on, and it is Jover for him. But here we are, into the draft. Game number 1, Tempest on the blue side, Venomcrest on the red. So, we're looking through the bans here. We're expecting to potentially see a little bit of a Briar action, and now we get to see the impact that Tempest also has on the ban phase, because they have so many pocket picks, as we alluded to. Dunlosi has things like the Lilia that are coming away, the Xin Zhao for comfort, Kusai Akali. I don't know how you get a draft advantage here, and for Venomcrest now, Rail, when you're going through these bans, how do we deal with Tempest? What is the actual place where you get the most value by targeting in that ban phase?
Well, they're already doing what I want, so banning Xin Zhao was one of the key things I was already going to mention, because it's his most comfortable champion. Dunlosi looks good on that champion 9 times out of 10. So you don't really have much to play against it in terms of keeping up. Farms well, ganks well, can just cause pressure in a team fight. Does all he needs to do. The Lilia ban as well started off rough for Dunlosi in that game last week, but ended up pulling it back. Got some key ultimates, so it's another one you just want off the boat. I mean, if you can force him to play a tank jungle, I mean, ideal. But will he? Probably not.
Yeah. There's a lot of champions in the game, I think the tank jungle has to come through. I like the Draven ban as well, away from Scream, because he brought that out as a great Kai'Sa counter last time, right? And Kai'Sa still sits in this place where it feels almost unanswerable at times. We've seen that's proven not to be the case, things like the Ezreal for range, the Draven just for brute force. But if you've now got the Draven off here, are we good to just slam Kai'Sa, Rude Dude? Are we good to just first pick this champion still? Or is it kind of risky doing that now, this many patches in?
Well, absolutely not. But Kai'Sa is still very strong. I do want to quickly address that. I think the roster's maybe on the wrong sides relative to the teams here.
I think the names are on the wrong sides.
We remember when we're looking at which teams are locked in, they're reversed. We'll figure it out and we'll let you know when we know. But I do think that Kai'Sa as a blind, definitely not an option. I think as an answer to certain champions, definitely very good. I also, again, was playing League of Legends and Kai'Sa got way too many AP procs and the W. It still does immeasurable damage, right? If you get 2 full channel Ws, you just one-shot somebody.
Yeah.
But looks like we're going to see Zyra again, just another stable 2v2 on the bot side.
Yeah, it is, it's already been hard enough to crack Scream and Buzzy. They're willing to bring out things like Ezreal Brom, just like, you can't beat us, you can't stop us in this lane, and they'll still 2v2 kill you. They're very, very strong, so the Zyra kind of like that. It's interesting to see them blind, and I want to see what value they get on the rest of the map by hopefully getting the counter for their mid and top sides. As now, the return of the Veigar potentially. There is the Kai'Sa picked into the Xayah, which was the original Kai'Sa answer, I believe, back when Xayah and Kai'Sa were just like dominating. So it's an interesting choice there, and we'll see what Igoval wants to put in this mid lane. The Veigar did do very well last time around.
So I'm very interested in the way this has went, because I would have been leaning towards the Rel first pick still. It still gives you that flexibility, still multi-role. You can bait out a support pick and then counter pick it for free. But I get what they're going with. Igo Val played Tristana their last time. Didn't have the best start, did actually get solo killed, but still was that constant nuisance, still picking up gold every single lane possible, still getting them plates off towers as well, and just became an absolute menace the later the game went on because of that extended range, and was able to just be a constant threat. And no one could get to him because they had a Cassante top lane who was just causing absolute menace in the background.
Yeah.
Shout out the Alawi ban.
Yeah, I know. We saw the Alawi offer, and I don't know if Bertru's like, you can't let me have this, guys. You can't give this to me. And it has been banned away. The top lane focused on either side. Inno getting his Renekton banned away as well. We'll see if the Camille... It does not make it. The Nautilus, in fact, denied, so they're trying to get fast aid off some of those strong engagers. The Rel is available still. Pretty deep into a draft to see Rel get these days, honestly, and maybe we'll see Buzzy just... Oh, no, he's already taken it, right? So I guess Rel could just be the pick. Is that fine? Or Zyra Or
into you know what, into Zyra Khan, that's certainly an option. I was looking more so at Tempest mid jungle 2v2 right now, or sorry, yeah, there we go, Tempest mid jungle 2v2 actually. Dunlosi Kusai, Jarvan Syndra you don't beat, right? That's just a 2v2 for the ages. That if you're playing a Tristana, needs a little bit of time to go early on. You're playing a Rel even, which is the theoretical pick here, but we see Maokai Trist as the enemy 2v2, so there's really no combating this in a 2 versus 2 situation. I do think Tempest have a really strong early setup. I was looking at that and getting very confused.
I know.
But Tempest have got that mid jungle as we highlighted. They are a powerhouse with synergy. They are more than ready to throw hands on a whim. And Fastleg just locked in set support. So have fun with that one.
Yeah. Now they've picked Ornn top, right? But they took the set counter away. Okay, so there's the strat coming in here. Is it the only champion that can beat Ornn in lane the set? I don't think so. I feel like there are other options here. So this might leave Inno in a bit of a bin. The tanks were not my favorite form, and there's the gangplank in there for Bear Tree. I feel like Tempest are okay with this, you know? I feel like Rail, this is a top lane matchup that Tempest are perfectly fine taking.
It's free money. GP is just gonna farm for free and just say what you're gonna do to me. You're gonna try dive me with Maokai Ornn. Have fun. Waste your resources top while my bot lane is probably gonna slam Mr. Set down there because he's not gonna have a great time. The thing that what really caught me off guard was the Lissandra ban. Rakan was locked in. Syndra was locked in. You wasn't gonna pair Lissandra top here, so I don't understand the wasted ban. I feel like they could have opened up something else, but they do have a very basic team fight comp. They know what they want to do. In terms of split push pressure, GP kind of deals with that really well now because of that pick alone. He can either cannon barrage a side lane to stop the Tristana plus, or he can just beat it himself. So there is options into this Tristana, and I do actually really like this GP pick because it solidifies the rest of the comp.
For me, right, this GP pick, it to add on to, it probably won't slam lane, right? GP can win lanes, has trial by fire, not typically known for it though. Definitely a skill matchup in that sense if you're trying to find a solo kill, but he's going to scale way better than the all. I'm all for multi-man called the Forge Gods. What I'm also for is quite literally one-shotting an AD carry with a barrel. Because that's what a GP can do, whether fed or simply late game. If you have a level lead and if you're farming well, you land a triple barrel, you land a one part, an AD carry loses enough damage or enough of their health to simply die, or enough so that they can't team fight. And we've seen Bear Tree play these carries the entire season long, just have to buy that amount of credit that he can play the GP too.
Yeah, I mean, Bear Tree, I think for me has been one of the best players at showing team fighting and split pushing, right? A lot of our top laners are particularly good at one or the other. Inno particularly is someone who I think prefers to come and team fight. He can go and pick up a side lane, he can take a 1v1, but he likes to push and then join the team and flank, right? And Ornn's great for that, right? But Bear Tree can kind of do both, and he's taken the champion that is best at doing both simultaneously. He doesn't have to pick and choose, right? Even though I know he's got decision making. So this is really going to be a bit of a test for Inno to not lose really, really hard, I think, in this game. And we want to see now if this is going to be Bear Tree's kind of crowning moment after a couple of weeks ago. This is the guy. This is the standard in top lane, as Akers has shown a little bit of a weakness there against specifically Inno last week. So we'll keep an eye on this top lane matchup, see who's getting ahead, see who's getting strong there. And I want to return quickly to this mid jungle as well, as you flagged up, Rude Dude, the classic Jarvan Syndra there, Dunlosi, Kusai. It's just a match made in heaven, right? Into Tristana, Maokai, they've both got CC set up, they've both got kind of burst and engage, but I would have to favor Tempest just generally coming out of this one. So do you think, Rail, I guess we know that Rudy, we know you're happy with this one, Rudy, but Rail, what do you think about this, the Syndra Jarvan for Tempest into the Venomcrest combination? Do you think anyone's likely to get the advantage of the 2v2 there? Maybe even nameplates off, just in a matchup sense?
Oh yeah, nameplates off, Syndra Jarvan every day of the week. Like, you're not coming close to it, you're not touching it, you're not 2v2 in it, you're not going to Herald, you're not going to Scuttlecrap, you're not going to Dragon. They kind of have everything on you. You'd have push pressure, they have early game spikes even without items, especially. That's one of the big talking points. And then when we put nameplates back on and then you see it's Kusai on Syndra and Dunlosi on Jarvan, yeah, it just gets even worse. The 2v2 potential and the experience they have together. Again, it just falls back to what I said earlier. Don't throw anything towards mid if you're Venomcrest. Focus the other lanes. Otherwise, if you put your focus on mid, it's just going to come up short, really.
Yeah, so we're expecting to see the focus in the side lanes. That's where we'd like to see more success for Venomcrest on the side of Tempest. We know mid jungle is kind of a winner for them. Top lane as well, probably a winner for them. We'll see if Bear Tree is able to, it doesn't get overconfident, maybe doesn't give up any gold there. Then on the bot side, they do have, I'm just going to pull the drop, they've got the Zyra Khan, right? So they've got this quintessential, another great 2v2 for them, into the Kai'Sa set. Now, Kai'Sa set feels very short range as a duo to me. Going into Zyra Khan, is this going to be an issue rooted in the 2v2? Can they actually stack up there, or have we kind of drafted ourselves 3 losing lanes for Venomcrest?
No, so Kai'Sa set as a duo is a, if we land CC, we can probably one-shot type situation. That's what you're looking for. Obviously, like you mentioned, short range, it's a very difficult lane to try and land that CC in the first place. Xayah outranges the Kai'Sa in the laning phase just with base auto attack range, and the engage range for a Rakan is higher as well. So it's definitely difficult down on that bot side, but if they land a pull, it's definitely possible.
Absolutely. Let's see if they can make it work. For now, we're going to get on to the rift for game number 1. Tempest Gaming versus Venomcrest Serpents. Over to our casters, Ejun and Rail.
Alright, thank you very much and welcome everybody. Hope you all had a nice weekend and we are now back in UKEO for some exciting games. I'm your caster Ejun and joined with me is Rail. Rail, how you doing?
I'm not doing too bad. I'm glad we get this game to come on to, especially with Venomcrest coming off some momentum, especially on their last game. And Tempest having a little bit of a comeback game. It's something what we haven't really seen from them yet. Yes, they were still in control, but a bit of a rough start for Dunlosi the last time round. I'm sure he would have worked on it since then.
And it seems like, at least in the overlay, it seems like Venomcrest, their momentum has carried over. They're already having like a 5k gold lead. So really good job from them so far, despite the fact that there so far is no source of income for them at the moment. But you know, I'm sure that overlay will be fixed in a moment. But yeah, no, interestingly, like, it's going to be interesting because currently Tempest Gaming, you know, the only team in UKEO so far, completely undefeated. While Venomcrest, they have a bit of that, like, comeback momentum going on. So how do you feel about, like, this game so far moving into it, Rail?
I think one of the big things is that top lane, what we talked about pre-game, is Bear Tree has a champion who can scale for free. And Ornn can't really do much about it. He can pressure him a little bit in the early stages. But if he doesn't, it's just going to be to a point where GP gets one item, he's going to start poking you down, and then he's just going to slowly farm up for free even more. Especially with the plunder gold on top of that, it just gets even worse because you can't keep up in the gold department either.
That's true. Like, we're going to have to see how that works out, of course. Like, at least it seems like in the analyst desk, which you were in, a lot of favor towards Tempest Gaming's draft, but of course, once you get into the game, like, you know, it's all in theory, right? Once we actually get down to the nitty-gritty, anything could happen.
Yeah, anything could happen. A lot of the focus for Tempest should be around that mid lane. You have that tried and tested combination, which is that Jarvan Syndra top lane. Little
Yeah, quite a bit of
dicey.
action, and Bear Tree's very low. Ino is not backing off at all. He wants to go for this kill. Ooh, but the level 3 comes out. Oh my god, this is such a close duel, but in the end, it is going to be Ino just getting straight up at first blood. Can he get away alive? One more ranged minion, gets the pot, survives. Ino, a great solo kill to start off that top lane.
Health pot's OP, man. That nearly was a trade 1-for-1 because of the minions. The level up as well on top of that, kind of saving GP a little bit of time. Almost got the trade back. Well, we asked questions about top lane and we're getting it started early.
Yeah, no, Ino feeling good about himself. That momentum truly carrying over. It's been a weekend yet, boom, no sign of slowing over there. If we talk about bot lane, or not bot lane, jungles for a second, both are kind of farming towards this bot lane, so potentially a lot of bot lane attention.
I mean, now that's happened, I can say that Ruddy cursed Bear Tree a little bit there. Said he hasn't had any bad performances, and then that just happened.
Oh, yeah, about Tordy over here. He is caught out. He will probably have to use the flash to get out. Yes, he does use it, but that's quite a bit of advantage he's giving over to Dunlosi. Dunlosi had a level advantage as well.
Well, I mean, it's getting even worse. 28 CS to 16. Maokai can't even contest that in the first place.
Oh,
and now
no.
Jarvan's coming.
Oh, he doesn't have flash or anything to save himself. Nice W to avoid some damage, but Dunlosi not wanting to let anything go through. Beast, he does it safe, uses his own flash, gets the red as well. My god, in the jungle side is an absolute disaster right now for Bartholdi. And
do you know the best part about that? The red buff got the final hit on the Maokai, so the red buff took him down in the end.
Oh no, betrayal from his own. I mean, he did aggress towards the red buff. I kind of understand why the red buff might have been mad with Bartholdi over there, of course.
Bot lane is fairly quiet at the moment. They're both just farming up. Neither are looking to aggress too much yet, so it's fairly stable.
Yeah. And as you say that, of course, aggression begins right away. KZ and Fastlegged trying to get a bit of trade over there, but KZ was the one who got to about half HP, so it got a bit low, having to use some pots to stay healthy. In the meantime, I mean, mid lane seems pretty stable. This mid lane matchup, I'm not very familiar with it, or because I don't play too much League, or I guess not enough League, but how do you feel it fares Tristana versus the Syndra in this early game?
I mean, the Syndra should always have the early game advantage here. She should be able to always have the early push, and Tristana will be able to push back eventually, but Syndra generally will have that early pressure, and also just be able to poke Tristana from distance. Sort of leads to why Tristana's gone for the Fleet Footwork and the Vamp Scepter, just to be a bit more safe from that poke.
A little bit of a gank attempt here, but being safe enough. Dunlosi just backs off, no problem. One thing I want to note over here in top lane is because of that early kill and that early lead that Ino got, we can see that currently Bear Tree is working without a Sheen, and that must be so much damage just taken away, and so much pressure taken away from the Gangplank at this moment. Oh, and speaking of Gangplank, yeah, no, he's just getting ganked again. It's not a really good day for Bear Tree. It seems like, okay, has to use the flash to run away from all of that.
Gets to live though, which is important. GP living is actually quite big here. Still fairly decent on CS in the top side. He's keeping up with it all, and despite being a kill down. As soon as you talk about the Sheen, he's gone back and bought it. And the Coldfield's hammer, so he's fine.
Ooh. Okay, that's just the flash used to get all that pressure, and in the end, guess Fastlegged very low, but I don't think they had to use anything from the side of Venomcrest over here. They were just able to get out scot-free.
And they're also able to pick up a free dragon for Tempest Gaming, so right now just trying to keep the momentum going, and Syndra is still looking for something down in this bot lane. Set is playing with fire.
Yeah, no, KZ, he is kind of low, and Fastlegged especially is super duper low, so I mean, yeah, Venomcrest, they're treading on dangerous grounds here. Dunlosi and Buzzy here as well to support out, but it seems like they just want some priority over here for the Syndra, of course.
You can see they don't care, they're just keeping up with the pressure. Syndra nearly died to towers, not the ideal situation. But Tristana, in the meantime, is getting some freedom on that mid lane, so trying to pressure up towards that tower.
Yeah, I mean, in the meantime, it's like the opposite of freedom for this Maokai. I really feel bad for Bartholdi, losing out a bit more on his farm as well. He's not really able to step up to a lot of his like camps, you know, without the danger of course, Dunlosi just being able to assassinate him again.
Yeah, and because of that, Dunlosi will build quite a level difference. He's already level 6 to level 5, and will be able to be carrying over that momentum even more. So Dunlosi fixed a stable lead for himself.
Yep. And that's kind of where that advantage is coming from. We have about a 1k gold advantage, and the Herald is up as well. Dunlosi and Bartholdi both are around the area of the Herald, so we'll see if any fight potentially breaks out. It seems like at least for Tempest Gaming, they are posturing towards wanting to take this, and Dunlosi has started off the Herald.
Yeah, they have the pressure towards going to this. They should be able to do this pretty much for free. Tristana won't be wanting to come across, but they look like they're pinging this. They're thinking about it.
Ooh. We'll see if they want to do anything, but of course KZ is all the way in the bot lane, and he's just kind of chilling there, so I feel like in the end they're just going to give this one up.
Yeah, they have to sort of submit that with Jarvan being so far ahead of the Maokai. It's not worth the risk right now, so they're just going to take the easy route and just chill for the moment. And when we talked about Tristana, they're level 8 now. Because of that free time they had in the mid lane, able to establish a level lead, and it's just farming up a storm.
Oh yeah, like I go Val in a very nice position. I mean, so far this game, the pace is going. Which team do you favor? At least it feels like at the moment it favors Tempest Gaming a bit more.
Yeah, I'd say a little bit towards Tempest Gaming. It's fairly more even than some of the early games have been against Tempest. So Venomcrest are doing a good job in the early game so far of holding on, while the likes of Dunlosi is trying to impact as much as he can, but if he can't impact, he's just taking objectives for free, so he's not complaining either way.
For sure. Oh, we do have a little bit of a sneaky attempt over here, a lane gank attempt trying to come out from Dunlosi. Some setups. Like Stream is trying to bait it out. Okay, they got into fast leg. He is charmed and rooted. We also have the ultimate coming out to help out from the side of the gangplank. And now there is a bit of a retaliation. Oh, wait! Fast-legged is alive! Oh, Dunlosi gets the kill with the Q. So it is a 1-for-1 in the end. But this means that Stream is alive and he is here for all of these plates as well. I mean, Fast-legged and Bartholdi way too low. Have they perhaps, like, should they have gone back? Maybe they should have. Ooh, the flash having to be used, but now a TP retaliation coming out. Ino wants revenge. Scream over here. Can he get out of time? He has used the ult, so this time he has to use the flash to get up, but now without the flash, there is nothing stopping between him and, well, he does get a kill on Bartholdi, but the kill going over to Fast-legged. A little bit unfortunate there.
I mean, it's best case scenario for them. They actually get a lot out of that. Sure, GP gets free time in this top lane, but they was managed to get so much pressure back in that bot lane, and a big part of it was from Fastleg. Fastleg bought so much time that Jarvan had to waste his ult. They couldn't get the kill on him, and by the time Jarvan fully committed, he was rooted up by Maokai, so only gets a trade in the end. So for Venomcrest, you're more than happy with this.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, Fast-legged, he was surviving there for so long, it almost felt like one of those classic action films where, ooh, I can't talk about action films too much because there's action potentially happening here. Igoval has no idea that Dunlosi is around. He gets popped up, he gets queued, he gets ulted, and he goes down. Kusei has slain Igoval, and Fast-legged is just there to kind of witness his teammate go down and be like, no, man, I'll avenge you one day. A 3k gold lead for the side of Tempest Gaming.
Very sneaky moves by Dunlosi. That's twice he snuck into lanes and was there perfectly waiting on the sidelines for Tristana. They're going to provide some more gold for this Xayah in the bot lane.
Yeah, at this point, Xayah's going to be so rich, she probably doesn't even need to be a Rakan anymore to, like, just be on her own and be like, yeah, what's up? You know, I got all the money to do whatever I want. Bam, red team destroying the first turret over here on the bot side. This Herald continuing to charge down, which gives them all the prio they need for this dragon, of course.
Yeah, handling momentum really well. Despite the play on bot not going their way, they instant retaliate. And that's exactly what Tempest do. Made the play on mid, move the Herald straight to bot, and get a dragon. That's a big chunk of gold for them right now. Sitting at nearly 23k gold to Venomcrest, nearly 19k.
Yeah, I mean, Honestly, I'm super impressed once again by Tempest Gaming, how decisive they are with all of these movements in the map, because already the gold lead has accumulated to 4K. I mean, it hasn't been an entirely super crazy game so far. They've just been quietly accumulating these leads. They are trying to, of course, Venomcrest is trying to, like, fight back a bit, but, you know, with the ultimate, it's just way too safe, and the Rakan with the peel, they do get out of there, no problem.
But that's a big cooldown wasted now. I like the idea from the Maokai coming off from the side, forcing that Xayah ult. She didn't ult there. Could have been a kill. So they're trying to make attempts to get themselves back in. They're trying to get this gold back into their pocket. And they're going to start by working on a bit of that mid lane tower.
Yeah, these are good initiatives, of course. We will have to see now that the lane swap has happened, of course, how the mid game is going to go. Beartree, it seems like he has completely recovered from his lane. I mean, now, yeah, I mean, you just get so much free gold as Gangplank. Look at this guy. He got like the BF sword and the Essence Reaver as well. He's doing just fine on his own now.
Yeah, if we could quickly flip over to the gold charts, I want to see where the gold is sitting in each pocket of players on each team. GP should have a fair decent amount, which he does. He has 5,500 earned and is currently sitting on 1.2k. So GP right now is just chilling. He's having fun. He's got his Essence Reaver. He's got all he needs. And what's more important is that mid lane goal difference as well. Syndra is absolutely massive right now.
Yeah, another thing I kind of want to talk about is a monster gold lead at the moment for Dunlosi, 1.5k. I mean, basically, another kind of healthy thing I'm seeing here for Tempest Gaming's lead is just how healthily is distributed. You got like your 4 main members who do quite a bit of damage and has quite a bit of agency, just accumulating a nice chunky amount of gold lead against your opponent. So all that item spikes and all those like timings are going to be hit so much earlier for them.
Yeah, and they're also getting free time to work on this tower. They are getting collapsed on, but Jarvan has pinged them out. They're going for
the
this.
flash has been used. Okay, they want this. They want this bad. And oh my god, not even a second of breathing room for Scream, so Scream goes down. But an amazing ultimate, catching out 3 people, but fast-legged with a response, but it's not enough because he is not set top. He is just set support. Val gets burned down, killed by Buzzy. Dunlosi, the counter engage is coming in, and just like that, Tempest Gaming wins this fight decisively. They might have lost Scream, but they're going to win everything else.
Yeah, win everything else they do. They get this mid tower cracked open, and the re-engage was so important there. Jarvan just lived for so long and was able to be a nuisance. And they're carrying on this momentum. This is what has been so good by Tempest. Every time they do something, they look for the next thing already. They already have in the back of the mind, what can we take next? And they move to the Herald.
My god, I mean, super impressive from Tempest, really showcasing why they are the top of this league at the moment. The gold lead has ballooned to about 6k, 15 minutes in. I mean, 2 dragons up. If they get this 3rd dragon as well, I mean, wow, I mean, everything's just going their way. It just feels like Venomcrest, they're getting choked out more and more.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit rough for Venomcrest, but there will be ways back into the game. They just need to grab a little bit of gold. They had the right idea in that team fight. They captured the Xayah and was able to kill her. It's probably the best case scenario they could have got at the start, but the re-engage just sort of turned it entirely on its head.
Yeah, and I was about to announce that we were going to have a pause, but instead we get the game resumed. We even get this nice overlay showing which team is supposed to go where. So just in case you guys in the chat was confused, yes, it is Venomcrest on the blue side, and it is Tempest Gaming on the red. And if you see the client over here freeze for a second, don't worry. That is completely League of Legends working as intended. This crash will disappear after a while.
After a short while. Important thing to mention.
Yeah, my bad. I should have mentioned short while. They might have thought it went on for like minutes.
Important thing to mention is Venomcrest do have a decent part of the game where when Ornn gets levels, he can give his champions on his team ornaments, which is a lot of free gold for his team. And these stats accumulate a lot. It won't fully change the dynamic of the game, but it definitely will help them out in terms of working their way back in.
Yeah, but he needs to get there first. Beartree seems like he wants to sacrifice his life for this turret. He will be able to get the turret, of course, most likely going down here as well. The dragon is going to be up in a couple 30 seconds, not quick enough that everybody can't just regroup in the dragon. So this might be a rare mistake from Beartree. He gets the tower here, but will he potentially have done a mistake in the fight? So far, it doesn't seem that way because Bartholdi is completely alone, gets completely annihilated by Buzzy, Scream, and then Lozy together. The dragon is up. They lost their jungler. That's such an unfortunate way of kind of losing this dragon. So that's just going to be Dragon Soul going over to Tempest.
It's not going to be quite Soul just yet, but it will definitely be one away from Soul. Maokai using his ult just before Dragon. There's a lot of questions hanging around that one because you have no one to follow. So ideally, you're not really going to get anything else after your team just made a play on the top side. It's kind of hard to contest anything for Dragon at that point. So he does get traded. They will get a top tower in retaliation, but it really doesn't mean too much. It's a bit of objective bounty. But Tempest are carrying on that momentum, pushing bot lane, pushing mid lane with no answer.
Yeah, this momentum is so fast. It's as fast as a modern Mocha loader for sure. The push in bot, the push in mid, and of course the pressure of the Gangplank always poses forever, permanently on this top side. It's just so much pressure going on, and Venomcrest needs to find a way out. They need to find some kind of way to get back into the game. And Rayo, what do you feel like is their best angle of approach at this point?
They just need to keep working on catches because they've already learned the hard way. These team fights haven't gone the way they wanted it to. Tristana's still not at 2 items, which is also a very big thing. Tristana needs to be strong enough to kill people. She needs to be having that extra range as well. But right now, in terms of who she can kill, your answers are very limited. It's looking like maybe Rakan, and that's a big maybe. Because right now, Tempest have a lot of gold in their pocket. They have very good items on their carries. They're generally kind of smooth sailing at this point. It's very difficult to find an angle other than a pick.
Yeah, and Venomcrest will have to find an answer soon. Speaking of answers, it feels like they might not be able to find one here. Oh, Ino just ulted out. Then Losi basically almost playing solo queue at this point. He can just go in whenever the heck he wants. Fast-legged, has to use his W. I mean, he just goes down solo, and that's just 2 more kills. 2 easy kills going over to Tempest Gaming. What I was going to say was that the Baron will be up in less than 30 seconds. And if Tempest Gaming wants, I feel like their players are strong enough that they can start going for that. Bartholdi having to use another flash and stuff like that. Their resources are just getting burned away for nothing.
Yeah, they're just going to carry on with the momentum in terms of pushing. Instead of risking the Baron play, they can just push lanes. And talking of risk, Kai'Sa, no cleanse is actually pretty big now.
Yeah, no, it is. And oh no, Bartholdi, you got out with a flash, but you went back in, and now he will get taken down. And that's just the jungler dead. And the Baron is up for 20-something seconds. Bartholdi is dead, and unfortunately, I don't think that Venomcrest really can do much. Maybe they're going to look for a fight here. They are posturing for something like that. The ultimate used by Kusa be a nice stopwatch timing will render him invulnerable at the moment. The team fight is a bit scrappy at the moment, but fast-legged just goes down. I mean, from the side of Venomcrest, they just don't have enough money. Their wallets are not thick enough, and Tempest Gaming's wallet are as thick as a brick at this point.
Yeah, they just couldn't work their way in. They don't have the damage to really take anyone down. And it just became pretty free from the Syndra stopwatch like you highlighted. Buying time, they thought they maybe have a pick on Syndra. Don't really get the Orn Forge onto her. And from that point, things just went worse and worse. And now we've talked about momentum. It's the case of now they have Baron. They can be a lot more aggressive with what they want to do. And
ooh, look over there on top side. Is it potentially just another kill going over?
Yeah,
I can't see it too much at the moment. Yeah, it should be. Kusei on a rampage. It just feels like the nail on the coffin. It just feels like so little is going right for Venomcrest, and I don't know what they can do, honestly. I feel bad for them.
Yeah, GP's just going to have some free time on this top lane. Not really anyone who can really do much to him right now. At that 2-item spike is level 14 as well, that level 13 just before that. Very important for GP. Get them extra barrels, get that cooldown. Very, very big spike for him. So, I mean, right now, just everyone is so strong on Tempest. And they're just pressuring more and more, but looking for a retaliation on GP, but he's too fast.
Yeah, no, he's too fast and he's too slippery. They do use the ult. They don't want to quit on this. Just, yeah, a simple flash will probably get him away from this whole thing. I mean, even if they do manage to catch him, it's going to be so much time wasted. Look over here on the mid and bot. Like, the pushes are already going on. They sent, like, 4 members over there on top lane. And there's just nothing that... They couldn't catch them at all, so they need to all just back off and take the losses without any gains.
And the most upsetting thing is they banked on getting the GP there. They were hoping the blast cone would be there to hop over and catch him. And because it's not, they're kind of just a bit upsetty spaghetti because they can't do anything with this. The pressure's already in mid, so they've got a recall. But by the time they get back, that mid lane tower should be cracked open. And with 20 seconds left for Drake, I mean, they're just going to crack mid, walk towards Drake, grab their soul, and look towards ending this game because they are so strong.
Yeah, another strength with Tempest Gaming's comp right now is just how fed everyone is. It's not like certain games where you have like one player that's super fed and everybody else who's just been doing decent. No, everybody's fed here. Like, who do you go after? I don't really know, honestly. If you're on the side of Tempest Gaming, or not Tempest Gaming, my bad. Venomcrest. Oh my god, a humongous barrel just completely half-lifing 2 people. I go Val and fast-legged, and I mean, the Dragon's up. They can do whatever they want. They can continue this push. They can go for Dragon. The world is their oyster.
Yeah, and with GP having that collector now, it just gets like more scary to step up, especially when you're playing a carry. GP will be fishing for you at any stage he can.
I mean, no, it's just a complete dismantling, honestly. Like, really well played from like Tempest Gaming so far. They really are playing so much cohesion. And look at this, just an absolute slaughter over here. The barrels, the burst coming in, the triple kill to Kosei is the final nail on this already well-nailed coffin, and at this point they probably can't get out at all. And it is going to be the first game going over to Tempest Gaming, and Tempest Gaming a dominant victory for them. Now undefeated still, 5-0, while Venomcrest 2-3.
Do you remember that Simpsons meme? You know, the one where he's going, "Stop, he's already dead." That's just the image what I've had this game with Tempest pushing any momentum they had. They just found more and more people at each scenario and just was like, okay, hello, you're dead.
No, I mean, I completely agree with you. If I had the choice to make in any of these situations, and I was in Venomcrest and I was allowed to go for the surrender button, I totally would. I'd be like, Coach, let's be honest, can we just go next real quick? Like, this one just seems so done. And like, oh, Tempest Gaming, so impressed by them. Really, really good play. Like, really showing that they're the top dogs in this league.
Yeah, looking dominant and looking like nothing's going to stop them right now. With the way they are playing, they're playing that high tempo gaming and just keeping everything under their control, putting everything out of your hands as possible and going for any objectives when open. Looking very solid team. Venomcrest, decent attempt, especially the early game. Have to praise them for that. They are looking like they're doing better. And I wouldn't take that as so much as a bad result as Venomcrest when you're playing against one of the best teams in the league, if not the best team in the league.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, there's definitely things they have to improve upon, but now we're going to go into a break. Next game will be Belfast Storm versus Arcadeia. So everybody, we still have a lot of games going, and we'll see you guys right after the break. Oh, Belfast versus Lionscreed? Oh, yeah.
sound, gotta remove.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publishing. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Ramsey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man, ayy. Every day been making plans, ayy. They don't really understand, ayy. Gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam, yeah. Only worried about the fans, yeah. I won't compromise the brand, yeah. I've been saving up the bands, whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. Game 1 is in the books. Another dominating victory for Tempest Gaming. They just keep coming thick and fast. It's getting a bit old, guys. Let's make the next one a bit closer, perhaps.
Stop
I don't know.
hinting, please.
I know. Like, this is why you need to pick Briar. It's got an int button. Okay, that you can solve that problem for Dunlosi right there. But you know, we jest, but Tempest Gaming are just getting stronger by the day, right? They're looking absolutely dominating, and Rude. The question I have for you here is, every time I look at a Tempest Gaming game, I'm 10-15 minutes in, the kills are like 5-3 or 6-7, and yet Tempest have like a 7,000 gold lead. How is this happening? Where are they getting all of this gold despite not kind of measurably dominating their opponents in the kill feed?
Yeah, I think that this game specifically, we have GP factor, which is a small attribution. The more overwhelming part of this comes from good recall timings. I've seen a lot of those down on that bot side where they're able to quite frequently get a good push in on a wave, deny either a wave under the turret, or just have a wave missed by their opponent, which then leads into experience leads, which leads into zoning of experience other minions, right? So generally speaking, it's little bits of farm, it's little plates here and there, and then all of a sudden you will see maybe just one fight that goes their way through that first 15 minutes, and they are able to translate that into having complete map control without actually having to find any kills afterwards. Because once you're zoned away from farm, once you're losing turret plates, the game actually starts to snowball fairly quickly. Even if there's no sort of tangible structures being felled, the gold is going up, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Tempest.
Yeah, so great at accruing those gold advances early on. But Sheikah, just before we get more into the weeds here, to look at Venomcrest's performance in that game, it didn't look great at the end of it, right? The game got pretty out of control fairly quickly, but before they start to fall too far behind, are there any positives they can take away from the first kind of 10-15 minutes while they could still play League, before it was done?
I mean, Eno got the solo kill onto Beartree, right? Normally we see that go the other way around in that matchup.
The goat.
Beartree has finally been solo killed in his own lane before he's had a chance to get a kill for first blood, no less. And KZ and Fastlight were looking to take, even if not good trades, alongside Bartoldi on that bot side. So the early game wasn't completely out of their control. They just kind of fell a little bit too far behind in that gold by the time it got to the point where they could really do much of anything. Yeah, it was pretty tough once they got out of their hands. Pretty hard to break it back. An indicative matchup, quite a descriptive, instructive matchup that shows how this game went is the jungle. We have the head-to-head here, Bartoldi versus Dunlosi. Now, Rude Dude, walk to us through this jungle matchup. You were a big fan of the Jarvan when it came to paired up with the Syndra, and it did seem to have a bit of an advantage through this one. Yeah,
now clearly as Bartoldi did more damage in this game.
True.
Was the actual jungle differential. Obviously, we're jesting again, but it was just... this is the important part about where you'll see poke champions actually just having a ton of damage for zero effect, right? There's 3 assists that came from that 10,000 damage, where you have 14 kill participation from the Jarvan, who's obviously done way more with that time and with that damage as well. I do think that when you look at a Jarvan Syndra pairing as a 2 versus 2, you expect an element of early game aggression. Fortunately enough, they were able to provide that in spades. They were playing Jarvan up against what could have been a fairly difficult matchup. When I look at Jarvan, I think, how immobile are the enemy champions? They had Kai'Sa Trist. Those are decent Jarvan answers, but Dunlosi was more than ready to find that damage early on, set his team up for success, and you can see that that's exactly how it did. 11 assists. Now Jarvan, one of your assist farmers with the Demacian standard, giving attack speed to people, but by and large, Dunlosi, a very strong performance once again.
Yeah, I love to see Dunlosi as well, showing us. People like to meme about Dunlosi. Oh, he's just a farming jungler. He plays Graves, he plays Lilia, but he's done a Lilia game, sure, but we've also got the Xin Zhao, we've got a lot of the brawling junglers, we've got super gank heavy junglers, we've seen invades from him on the Jarvan as well, so he is showing us a really well-rounded package in the jungle so far, and we can't wait to see more from him. But Sheikah, I know that you have something to say about that support matchup specifically, something that often goes a little bit underappreciated in League of Legends, is the support's impact on this game. But talk to us about Buzzy and about Fastlane and how they can affect the game for their teams.
So something that we typically see from both of these teams in Venomcrest, Serpents, and Tempest Gaming is the supports are a lot of the catalyst for how the early game plays out and how the mid game plays out. Buzzy, on something like this Rakan, hyper mobile, so therefore can be hyper aggressive. I mean, we saw Buzzy taking 1v2s, 1v3s, because he knew there was someone at his back that if things got hairy, you grand entrance into battle dance out and you're back to safety. You're fine, you're okay. And fast legs, typically when we think of fast legs, we think of things like the Rel, these more, I'm just going to press one wombo button and your entire team is going to go poof into thin air. There's nothing you can do to stop me. So a matchup between these two players is absolutely, it's crazy to watch, because it is a case of which player can find that flank, can find that angle, can find that engage better. And I think Buzzy does that a lot more consistently than we see fast legs do, for different factors. A big one being, a lot of the time when we're seeing Buzzy play these more engaged styles, it is the Rakan, it is the Alistar. It's less of these, I can screw up through missing a combo, and more, as long as I'm tagging someone with my important ability, they do not get to continue to exist in that space that I'm now occupying.
Yeah, Buzzy, I mean, I don't want to wheel the same point out again, but I just love the versatility across so many of these players, right? The same way I love it for Dunlosi, I love it for Buzzy, I love it for Beartree, I love it for all of them. All of these guys can just show us so much variety, and that's why it's so hard to draft against them, let alone play against them, but we can at least put that win in the books for Tempest, another solid one for them. But we're gonna step forward now for match number 2. Lionscreed versus Belfast Storm. And now Lionscreed found their first win last time out against Verzik Esports, and Belfast found another loss, going to 2-2. So one trending up, one trending down. But Rude Dude, looking at Lionscreed, what's really standing out for you in a good way for them? We've spoken kind of all of their lanes have something good to offer, but if you had to pick one player or one lane, what do you think is working particularly well for Lionscreed now, especially now they've got that first win?
I'll say Craney. I'll take the mid lane match here, because
Nice.
I think that Craney last week, specifically in their win, actually showed something that we don't see too frequently from mid laners, and something that you will see from a lot of, let's say, weaker mid laners, generally speaking, is that they're more than happy to move into a side lane, sacrifice their own lane, set up a side lane for success. It's exactly what Craney did last week. Managed to get Kumakum up in the lead, and we got to see how well that paid off. Now, obviously, an AD carry ahead with resources is certainly something to take credit of and take note of as well. So for Lionscreed specifically, when you're thinking about your chances and how you're going to play a game, piloting Kumakum and enabling him for success, certainly a way to go about it. But there's more ways than just Obsidian Heathen making things happen. The fact that they've now shown that Craney can also make those moves down to the bot side and is happy to sacrifice just enough so that he doesn't end up giving over massive advantages, but able to give advantages down on that bot side, certainly very powerful.
Yeah, for sure. That's a Scottish mid laner still making his presence known. Very consistent member of Lionscreed Academy thus far. But you mentioned it really set up Kumikum for success. Sheikah, talk to you about that game from Kumikum, the Ezreal as well. I think he has Penta denied even by Cormac at some point. He had a massive one there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was said on the desk of like, you've got an Ezreal, you're not really going to have the same damage as something like a Xayah or a Kai'Sa or an Aphelios. And I think it was me, I turned around and said, I disagree. I think this Ezreal can be a massive factor, especially with the lane dominance. And Kumakum coming out and showing us that in droves. This Ezreal doing so much damage because of how AD heavy the build is at the moment, with things like the Triforce, the Manamune, the Seryldas. You're stacking so much attack damage in one place that slowly health is going to get whittled down, especially when you start combining those Essence Fluxes with the Mystic Shots. Health starts to drop rapidly. And especially for a player like Kumakum, who's been around for a while, loves playing these champions like the Ezreal, the ones that have just always been meta, have never been outmatched in the situations that they're in. You can't really afford to give them an inch, because they will just take a mile and probably even more in a situation like that. And I'm actually glad you mentioned Cormac, because I had something I wanted to say about him as well. In the sense of Cormac has largely been a bit of a shaky subject for Lionscreed Academy, I feel. When we think of Cormac, we think Darius. That's largely the champion that Cormac is known for. But having a beautiful showing on that set last week as well. So, I mean, really showing that most AD bruisers that are just going to look to brawl you at any point in the game are off limits when you're playing against this guy.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to find the advantage there. But let's look at Belfast very quickly before we get into the draft. We are on schedule today, guys. We're rolling with it. But Belfast, we'll get the roster up here. And they did start to fall down. The one thing that I want to quickly touch on, Rude, is that we saw something new versus DMG UK, right? We saw an active and successful early game out of Belfast. It was just the later game that started to fall down. So what do you think was it that particularly worked about that early game, and maybe why do you think it didn't work out in the later game versus DMG as it usually would?
Yeah, and it's a little strange, honestly, to posit that question. Or my answer, I suppose, for it is because Belfast Storm typically we would associate it as a team that want to scale and are quite happy to go later on. You're looking at champion or player like Vanguard. You think, okay, well, Vayne Kaiser very strong in the late game. Surely that's when they'd look to succeed. But actually, the reason they actually ended up falling last week versus DMG was that late game and sort of the decision making that they had, where there were certain questions to be asked. There were certain engages that ought not to have been taken or that shouldn't have been given over to the enemies. And I think when you got to that 25-minute mark, I was certainly watching that game thinking, oh, okay, Belfast have hit 3-item Vayne. They've got into this late game completely even. Good to go. Let's see them close this one out. And then all of a sudden, something just went wrong, and sometimes that happens, right? I think that was maybe a blip on the radar as opposed to a worrying trend. Of course, if there are now more instances of that happening, that's when we have to get a little bit concerned. But for me, I'm still certainly fearing the Storm if I'm playing against them.
Yeah, 100%. And we'll see if they can put up a similar strong early game again. Because if they can actually consistently put together good earlies with that classic clutch late game that we know from them, they're going to end up being a really strong contender again, and they will naturally climb up that leaderboard back to contend with our Ruddys and our DMGs again and our Tempests, right? If they can get that together. But for now, they've got Lionscreed ahead of them. This should be an easier matchup. Lionscreed, they've started to get on track, but still very much need to show us a little bit more before we're fully convinced. One of the great matchups that I'm expecting to be good in this specific matchup is the supports. Heathen versus Zerg. Both of them have shown great engage sense. Heathen had a bit of a slow start to the split. In my mind, just wasn't performing at the level as we know. Just a bit slow to get going, right? He wasn't going up to his usual standard, whereas Zerg came out the gate like that. He came out rolling on the Thresh and the Bard. So I'm expecting, Leona Thresh or some sort of engage versus engage matchup, and then to see who can actually get the advantage in that 2v2, right? If Vanguard is going to get ahead, if they can get Kumikum that lead, as you'd said, he can play so well with. And I want to see if the supports are able to affect the game, basically, across this all-important matchup as we get into the draft. Belfast Storm on the blue side, Lionscreed Academy on the red. As we get into the bans right here, the Talia now starting to hit the bans. We are seeing this band a whole lot more. We've started to see it come out in the jungle. I believe Venomcrest took it and knocked Belfast Storm on the head with it in the last game, Sheikah. But yeah, the Talia jungle really making a comeback now.
And it's not just in that jungle, right? You can play it mid. Hell, I know players, myself included, that will even take it into that bot lane in the right situations. If you need that magic damage, but something like a Syndra just doesn't fit the composition, this Talia can do the same thing so well. And then you pair that with a roaming support, you can be everywhere on the map. She's so strong at the moment for seemingly no reason, and I can tell you exactly why it is. It's because everything that was good into her has since been nerfed. So she can come back in droves and really start to run away with these matchups and just exist in isolation in the game.
I like the spread of bans. Well, I say I like them. It's notable. The spread of bans here, not one role being particularly focused, kind of jungle and mid from one side on Belfast, and then bot, top, and mid from Lionscreed. So we're not really pinching anyone's pool particularly, just taking the comforts away as the Sejuani first bit for Wilhelm, back to the specialty for him, and potential Lilia not locked in yet, but we'll see what he wants to go for. And the early Ziggs is flexible. I know Craney can play at mid.
Correct
me
if I'm wrong.
And it is now a mid champion again.
Correct me if I'm wrong. But Ziggs is another one of Kumikum's big picks.
Yeah, this could very easily go into either lane, in my opinion. So we'll see how flexible they can get with it, and if they're going to be able to balance that damage profile, especially if they're locked in the Poppy. They don't have an AD jungler necessarily coming through here, so if they need to get some AD later on, we're looking for maybe a Camille or a Brig Bruiser from Cormac as we get through the rest of the Belfast draft. And we're doing fairly standard things here. We're drafting mages, we're drafting frontline, we're building a teamfight combo, dude.
That's what I was looking for. That Bruiser in the top side. Ziggs bot lane really lends itself to being weak side. You are then able to posit a lot of prio on that top side of the map and get a good advantageous matchup, or at the very least just a snowball in that top lane if it ends up being a bad one. Cormac, we highlighted the Bruiser player, one of those guys that likes to throw hands in the early stages of the game. When there's a Ziggs on the bot side, it only enables that playstyle.
Yeah, we'll see what Arcadeia wants to lock in here. The man's been hovering Fizz every time so far that it's not banned, so I don't trust him anymore to actually lock it in. As the Zerg Bard was picked, the Thresh hovered, not taken away, so we do have another very strong roamer from Zerg, so when he can affect the rest of the map, that can also be the playmaker, the trigger puller that he is very well suited to being. And we'll see what that last... I think that will have that mid lane picked up, or potentially top lane, the Jace coming in here. So still flexible across these kind of top, mid, and bot lanes with two different champions. And we'll see what the assignment is going to be. Lionscreed trying to maintain the draft advantage as long as possible. It's down second round of bans. Sivir taken away from Vayne God. He's already had the Vayne denied. And Cormac will be off Darius Marquez for the game.
Would really like to see them lock in support on for you, not only because they already see the matchup, but also because all of the flexibility in their draft currently comes from the laning matchup specifically.
Yeah.
You've got a Ziggs that can play mid and bot lane, you've got a Jace that can play mid and top lane, and then you've got a Poppy that can also flex into the top lane as well as that jungle role.
Yeah.
If you lock in, you're not support here, you reveal everything, and then all of a sudden, Belfast have got complete information going into their final couple of picks. So this should just be support pick for Heathen. Ideally something quite aggressive, because versus a Bard, a very annoying champion, but actually very squishy if you can get on top of it.
Yeah, we'll see what the pick ends up being, of course, as we would expect from Heathen, as we said. And there it is, the Leona coming out, very standard, not really surprising here. And then, yeah, if the Bard is roaming away, the Leona ult puts a lot of threat onto that AD carry. They've got to have their wits about them. They can get dove. That happened in the last game, Lionscreed versus Verzik. Verzik abandoned their Kai'Sa down in bot lane, or I believe it was Zeri, I should say, down in bot lane. And then the Leona Ezreal just walked onto their tower and just absolutely pummeled them. So we'll see if they're going to do the same thing. But the Kai'Sa has been locked in as Vayne God's pick, so still not straying too far from the expected path. And the Renekton, the last lock in here for Rengus. So he's potentially blind, potentially against the Jace of some sort, or a Poppy, and I guess you just want to pick something that's generally good, I suppose, in the lane, and just hope you don't get blasted too hard. And now we'll see what the final pick is from Lionscreed, right? What brings this grand design together to solve all of the problems, to win every matchup, to completely unlock the rift? And if it's actually Mordekaiser, I will be very happy. And all the Scottish players will also be very happy to see a bit of wailing up in there. That is Mordekaiser is kind of like to Scotland. It's kind of like Brazil. There's a lot of relevance there, the Mordekaiser pick. But instead, it's the Alawi. So still wailing, still slapping people up there. But how do we feel about this Alawi last pick, Sheikah? Do you like this as a final piece of the puzzle, or would you maybe prefer something else?
I think what Cormac's trying to do here is prove that he can be Bear Tree Jr. Set last week, Alawi today.
Sensei
it's just recycling. It's not bad. I would have preferred the set here, because essentially what you're looking to do is you've got this Ziggs bot lane, you just unlock Heathen. Heathen, Obsidian, Cormac, you converge into this mid lane. You make Limsey's life a living hell. Give Craney this lead. You've got a good poke comp to play it with. You've got, Ziggs, Jace poke. You've got an Alawi in a side lane, and you've got good peel in / engage in Poppy and Leona. So I would have really liked to see something like the set here, because that set does, especially if you're looking at this Renekton Sejuani, you showstopper them straight into the back line. There's absolutely nothing that can really be done to answer that. And along with that, I mean, Zerg's Bard has not been that impressive so far this split. So you can match those roams really easily and just generally be more useful as a Leona roaming than a Bard. Sure, you're not as quick, but you provide a lot more to the situation than a Bard otherwise would. So I do favour Lionscreed's draft here. I just think it could have been a little bit better with that set instead of the Alawi, but I'm still excited to see just what Cormac can do on this pick.
Yeah.
I looked at this Alawi, and I see a topside 2 versus 1, which looks really, really good. Genuinely very enjoyable for an Alawi to play against, right? And that's scary when you're looking against Renekton Sejuani. It's very infrequent that you'll hear anybody sort of say that type of thing. But I look at the rest of the map, I look at Azir, I look at Kai'Sa, and I think, how on earth does an Alawi play versus these two champions? It just becomes impossible if we ever see a grouping. So Cormac, honestly, a bruiser's dream. If you ever group, you lose. Split push, hull breaker. I'll have a good old time, but the second that Azir, that Kai'Sa start to get involved with the Alawi, it could get very, very scary.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Lionscreed can manage that, and if they're going to assign Cormac to split push duty, or if he is going to get dragged into these fights. How do you feel, Rude Dude, about the Craney Jace? Because you're a big fan of Craney and how he's been playing. You love the way he sacrifices lane as Sylas. Doesn't feel like we can necessarily do the same thing here. How does the Jace fit into this composition, and I guess into the matchup it has, and what are your expectations for how you want Craney to play this game out, I guess, to make best use of this pick?
So it does have the option as well of sort of doing the same thing, where you sacrifice your lane, but this time it's to get Cormac ahead. Jace, credit Nightmare for this one. He said this on cast a couple of years ago, but when at some point Jace just does damage, right? You can get as far behind as you want. You finish 2 items, you're good to go. So there is that option where you put yourself a little bit further behind in the laning phase. You hit 2 items and you still do damage regardless. It synergizes nicely with the Ziggs. There's good poke in the composition as well for Lionscreed. So Craney, honestly, his world's his oyster. I think that, range versus the Azir is good enough already that he shouldn't have too many difficulties laning. If he wants to go topside, he has that option too.
Yeah. So a lot of options for Craney here to potentially just show us potentially more of a carry performance, maybe still to be the role player that he has been so far. We'll see how he wants to play this one out. And into Limsey. Limsey, I think, has had one of the best laning phases of any mid laner we've seen so far. Wasn't necessarily sure how he was going to perform given the time away from the competitive scene that he's had, but he's slotted into this roster, this Belfast roster, very easily, and has been developing individual advantages very consistently as well. So I'm excited to see if he can make that one work into what could be a tough matchup in the Jace. And then on the bot side, as we said, we've got these roaming supports, and then a Ziggs versus a Kai'Sa. So a range advantage for the Ziggs, but also definitely an all-in advantage for the Kai'Sa. So we'll see if Kumi Kim can manage that. His positioning hasn't always been the best. And a Jace Ziggs siege composition with an Alawi split pusher feels a lot harder to execute than Sejuani, Zyra Khan, and who cares else, like, front to back. So we'll see if Lionscreed are up to the task, I guess, of executing this comp. And Sheikah, if you have a Ziggs and a Jace composition, I guess what keys are you looking for out of Lionscreed to show that they know what they're doing with this composition? What style are we looking for from them to make the best use out of their draft?
I want vision control, I want area control, and I want the ability to move your Ziggs around between the lane you're sieging and the lane your Alawi is pushing. You need to be one-shotting these towers, because it's the only way you can really effectively siege with this composition, because Alawi otherwise are going to fall so far behind. If she's into one of the range carries, or maybe even one melee, one range, you're not going to be able to walk up to that tower, so you have to have the Ziggs ready to move. Kumakum has to be ready to go down, throw the satchel charge, blow up the tower, and then move back to the siege and do it all over again. So those are the 3 big things for me, is to effectively play a poke comp. Your champion proficiency makes a difference, but it's landing skill shots. You can do it, I'm sure. Yeah. You need vision control, you need area control, and you need to be able to utilize the champion properly with its niche mechanics. In this case, Ziggs with the tower explosions. Yeah. That gold leaf ballooning across the map. And then, Ruddy, if you're Belfast Storm, you see this Ziggs, you see this Jace. How are we contesting this? What's their best avenue to try and break open this siege to avoid themselves just not getting interacted with for 25 minutes?
I am so glad you asked. The answer, it's very easy and it's simple to fight. They have a 5-man death ball composition with Azir Kai'Sa for DPS. They have such good engage. One of the, I don't know if underrated is the correct word, but one of the really good things about Bard is that he can just engage from 2 screens away. Tempered Fate into Glacial Prison. It sets up every single team fight. If by any chance you have a Renekton flank to go on top of that, mwah, chef's kiss, icing on top of the cake. But it's not needed. You have an Azir there, you have your Kai'Sa there, you've got damage, and a Ziggs and a Jace. There's a little bit of mobility on those 2 champions. It might be slightly difficult to find that engage with a Tempered Fate, but there's that sweet spot range of, I'll say 1500 units where Bard ulti is either a guaranteed hit or you walk back into the enemy and they die anyway.
Yeah.
I'm looking at those sort of windows. You really just want to be fighting here as Belfast Storm at every chance you get.
That's music to my ears, man. Belfast Storm draft a comp that wants to fight. That's what we know they love to do. Let's see if they can get back on track versus Lionscreed Academy, and if they can keep their winning momentum rolling. Let's hand it over to Ejun and to Rail, our casters on the day. Take it away for game number 2, lads.
Thank you. And we are here for game 2. Belfast Storm on the blue side, Lionscreed Academy on the red side. And of course, I hope this is going to be an exciting game. Both these teams seems like they want to get the momentum back on their favor. I'm your caster Ejun, and joined with me is the man, the myth, the legend, Rail. Rail, how you doing, man?
I'm doing very good. I'm very excited with Alawi coming into the mix. I've also been a big advocate of Jace. I've been preaching more teams to actually play him just because, again, that flexibility. Can be flexed towards the top lane, but is also very, very strong in this mid lane right now. And generally speaking, the matchup in mid isn't bad for him at all, so should be okay. It's just whether or not Belfast Storm are gonna give them a run for their money in terms of letting them split push. Because Belfast have that hard engage.
This is true, this is true. And you were excited about, of course, the Ilaoi and the Jace. And I will add one more thing to you. I, personally, am super excited for Poppy. If anybody in the chat doesn't know, I'm like a Poppy main, and Poppy is by far my favorite champion. So just to see Poppy in gameplay, it's boiling me with excitement. So I can't wait to see how Lionscreed Academy does, of course. We do have the jungle stars. Both sides actually starting from their bottom camps upwards. So now we're potentially seeing some action happening in top lane. Meanwhile, in bot lane is going to be more like just a skirmish, like 2v2, not too much like jungle interference going on at the moment.
Yeah, Ziggs is just going to be chilling back for the most part of the early stages. Doesn't have as much power in the early stages, so he's just going to relax a little bit, sit back and just collect CS where he can without taking too much free harass. Obviously, we'll try to hit Bard every now and then when he can with the extra range. But other than that, bot lane should be passive for the side of Lionscreed, but talking of passive, we're looking for aggression.
Yeah, no, this is a very aggressive start. Rengis does notice, and he is trying to eat his way out of this, slicing and dicing away. Oh, wait, Cormac is the one who goes low, though, so now it's kind of turned around. Rengis using the flash, Cormac using the flashback. Ooh, Wilhelm almost getting Cormac with the edge of that, flail, but in the end, no kills, but a lot of resources used. Cormac having to use a flash, Rengis having to use a flash, but in the end, no kills.
Yeah, really good management of the Rage Bar by Renekton, but we're still seeing a little bit of trading between this jungler. Sejuani getting low. But they do have the Bard room.
I feel like Obsidian is kind of getting cornered in, so he has to be careful. He doesn't know Zerg is there, so now, okay, yeah, he uses a W, completely backs off. That means that Scuttle Crab is going to go over to Wilhelm. So nice start for Belfast, getting a little bit of that reprieve from potentially dangerous scenarios that Obsidian was about to present in topside.
That's for sure. Early Bard rooms, really nice to see as well. Doesn't really need to stay in that lane all that much, and Zerg does like to roam, so kind of the ideal lane for him. Obviously, it gets a bit more rough at level 6 because Leona can threaten that all in on the Kai'Sa, but Zerg should have a fair bit of freedom to play with for now.
Yeah, ooh, Cormac is caught out here, getting CC'd a lot, and just not able to get anything done. Wilhelm does go low, but in the end, not going down, so that will be first blood to Rengis.
Yeah, kind of standard. To be expected, being really honest, because you never want to gank Alawi after level 6, so the main time you can do it is in the early game, and Renekton being able to prop that stun for Sejuani on top of his own stun is just free real estate. You just get free stacks, you know?
Yeah, for sure. It's some Dota level of stun, honestly, like more than 3 seconds, and League of Legends, such a fast-paced game, 3 seconds, you're dead, basically. You can't do much about it. You just have to take the L, and in Cormac's case, he did indeed take the L. We do have a slow push over here going in on bot side, and both junglers kind of creeping close towards this bot lane, so wonder if any action is going to happen. The dragon is up, of course, so Obsidian starting it up.
Yeah, and with that wave crashed in, they keep the Kai'Sa away for a little bit so they get the early start onto this, but it looks like the Azir's getting pushed on mid so he can roam.
Yeah, no, so far, oh, it looks like Lionscreed is backed off a bit. Like, they do have to, like, kind of be careful over here because, like, from the side of Belfast Storm, they were posturing kind of aggressively. So that means no one's really taking Dragon at the moment, so it's just kind of delayed. Just sitting there.
Yeah, good aggression by Belfast to push him away from it. I like what they're doing here. And also keeping the Jace pushed in is a big factor there. Not letting the Jace move or rotate. So he can't be valid, he can't be relevant, he can't move to assist his team. Meanwhile, in top lane.
Yeah, it's just the standard top lane wet noodle fight, but in this case 2 bruisers, so these noodles are way more lethal. One thing to note is Rengus already building that Executioner's Calling, so you know, getting that. Ooh, the Emperor's Divide comes out. Heathen is caught out. He's finding himself between a rock and a hard place. Will help trying to get. Ooh, okay, the flash then came up, but Heathen flashing out as well, able to get out. In the meantime, however, Rengus getting a solo kill against Cormac here, so Cormac now just 2 kills down, and Rengus taking control of the lane.
Carry on that momentum, exactly that, and they're looking to push even harder with this.
Ooh, yeah, like Heathen with a nice stun, nice peeling. They do catch out Wilhelm. The flash Q from Obsidian will, in the end, secure that, so nice kill for Obsidian's side. I wonder if this is going to give them any kind of pressure on Dragon, but Obsidian being very low is just going to back off for now.
Yeah, ends up still just being a 2-for-1 in the end when you count that kill in the top side. Also, big praise to Rengear. Building the right items makes me a very happy man.
Yeah, for sure. Ooh, there is aggressive posturing over here into Vanguard, but Heathen, you're so low, buddy. He just goes down very quickly. Vanguard having his ultimate now. Nah, yeah, it's just, oh, that's so unfortunate. That must be so frustrating for Lionscreed Academy, because Vanguard got so low, but with the hand sniff coming out from him and Zerg, able to get 2 kills. 1 for Zerg, 1 for Vanguard.
And the big part about that is that flash from Vanguard. Being able to avoid the Ziggs ult damage is the main factor there. Getting the level up on the end so he can live through the Ziggs damage to get them 2 kills. Belfast now at 4-1. Very good early game, but we've seen this before from Belfast, so let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Because they need to transition this.
Lionscreed at least unopposed by everything that's going on. They're saying, okay, whatever. We'll start the dragon over here. It is a nice dragon, the Hextech Drake. But Belfast Gaming or Belfast Storm, they will say we are going to answer back with a Herald over here. So starting up the Herald. So a bit of cross-play. Not too much like conflict gonna happen at the moment because you know they're all far away from each other.
I mean, if you're a Belfast fan, you take this trade. Denying Herald when there's a champion like Alawi and Ziggs on the other team is actually a massive objective here. Denying plates from Ziggs so he can't take an early tower with his satchel. Very important. Also on top of that, funneling any gold towards that Alawi so she can split push and do these 1v2s. I like the direction they're going with this.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Belfast Storm, they are playing with a lot of nice composure and controlled aggression. I mean, especially on the top side here, Rengus 2 kills up. He hasn't gone back yet, so we haven't seen what he's going to buy, but I reckon that Cormac is not going to like it at all.
Well, he's already not liking it as it stands, because he's already got the Executioner's Calling, and that kind of nullifies a lot of the healing, especially early game, pre-items. Just means that Alawi can't really trade as of yet unless she gets a good tentacle pull.
Yeah, there is potentially a gank here trying to be set up against Limsey, but Limsey so far just backing off, being a bit safe. A Hex Flash is used by the Heathen, so Heathen just, yeah, okay, he just backed off. Nothing too much to see over here. Meanwhile, there is Rengus being caught out. Ooh, the flash! He just goes in so aggressively, and Cormac goes down. Rengus gets low, but wait. Oh, I think he just gets out of there. Yeah, he just gets out. So that's a 2v1, and he got out there with a solo kill. My god, what a performance he's having.
As a top lane main, this makes me very happy watching. I won't lie to you. The turn from the Renekton is the best case you can do, and he's got backup now.
Oh, he does. But he got the backup, but he didn't like back off in time, so Obsidian gets that shutdown kill. It's still a nice shutdown kill, of course, but yeah, in the end, it's going to be a 1-for-1.
It is a good shutdown to pick up, but on a Poppy, it's not the place where you want the gold, really.
No.
Play on the bot side, though.
Yeah, Kum has been stunned, is ignited, but with enough disengage, they just back out, both wounded, but still healthy.
Yeah, bit of a trade of ultimates here, looking for more aggression onto Vanguard, but they can't get to him.
Trying to dodge it, but he's not going to be able to dodge it, and that's just the ult coming down, and Vanguard just gets absolutely smashed by this Ziggs ultimate. Limsey is here trying to see if he can do a counter gank, but of course the satchel comes in, boom, knocks him away, like, get out of here, man, boom. Limsey has to back off. I mean, well, it's forced to. The satchel told him to back off.
And this is where they're going to look for their way back into the game. They're trying to protect this bot lane from plays. With this Azir moving down, they just counter straight away with a Jace TP. Reacted really well to this, and praise to Heathen. That ultimate binding combo for the Ziggs to just perfectly land everything is exactly what this combo's here to do. That's why we don't see anything like the Rel picked in this game. They knew they wanted to just layer that CC so we get the guaranteed Ziggs ult.
Good counterplay from Lionscreed Academy, of course. And this does mean that the gold lead has shrunk to about 1k. So it's just healthy. It's a little nice gold lead for the side of Belfast. I think most of it going to the Renekton, of course. Speaking of the Renekton, it does feel a bit concerning because, correct me if I'm wrong, but as an Aloy player, it feels like if you're like this behind, it's just going to be really hard for you to impact the side lane as much as you might have wanted to during the draft, because obviously, like the analyst said, she's going to have a hard time joining team fights and grouping up.
It will get to a point where Alawi will still do Alawi things, but as of right now, you are completely correct. It is really hard to put the pressure down what you want to put down, and going for the Divine Sundra is a bit more aggressive as well, so not going to be as tanky as they'd want to be, not going to have that extra slow of the Iceborne Gauntlet. It's kind of a big miss, but I understand the Divine Sundra angle.
Yeah, that extra slow is quite like desirable, of course. The Herald is dropped down here in mid, so this is going to be some nice gold going over to Limsey. Limsey getting nice 175 gold. The Dragon also is going to be up in about 30 seconds, so that's also something that Belfast Storm maybe wants to get as well. If you're Lionscreed Academy, of course, they want to compete for that. So maybe we'll see a fight in the next couple of seconds.
Yeah, and we've got some important items completed right now. The Gore Drinker fully completed on a Renekton, which is a massive, massive spike. The Liandry's both on the Ziggs and the Azir, so decent poke and burn damage will be able to come out now. I actually want to take a quick look towards the gold chart and see where we're sitting. Look towards that top side, Ijun. Look at that Renekton earned gold, 5.5k. Obviously is off the back of them kills, but the bot lane lead for Ziggs is what they're building this comp around. If they can protect the Ziggs, this gold value is so worth it. If they can keep him at a good distance where anyone will get to the back line, this Ziggs will be fully online and be able to do what he wants to do.
It feels like we're going towards an exciting mid game. I can't wait to get there, see those fights, how they'll play out. It feels like it is going to be like Ziggs himself, absolutely explosive. The Dragon has started, a lot of aggression. The Bard ult goes out to both laners. Ooh, the timing was missed from Zerg, so nobody gets stunned. And now Vanguard has to just completely back off. This Dragon abandoned from Belfast Storm, and it is going to go to Lionscreed. A nice victory for them, their second Drake. And the Dragon Soul will be the mountain, or not mountain, Inferno. Yeah.
Just when it looked good, the Zerg Bardal was picture perfect. It was exactly what you wanted. You've caught out the Ziggs. It's exactly what you needed. And talking of a catch.
Oh no, and we talked about the issue over here. Vanguard being saw that. Oh, okay, good flash timing. Really nice flash timing. If Obsidian hit that, Vanguard was dead for sure, but flashing away from the E, you know, like preventing the stun. Belfast Storm being proactive, seeing this opportunity, taking the Herald.
What's important here is Vanguard no longer has summoners, no cleanse, no flash. Leona has flash and ignite both available. They can look for that angle to sort of exploit this and find that flash engage onto Vanguard. Whether or not we're going to see that is debatable, because right now what they should do is rotate this Ziggs. You want him towards each tower as much as possible. You want him working towards these, and Jace is getting worked on right now.
Ooh, wow, but nice dodges coming out from him. So he... Ooh, Limsey goes so low. That ultimate just kind of came out of nowhere like Kum. Aggressive, deadly, a marksman right now with his Ziggs bombs, be it the Q or the ultimate. So that's just Limsey who has to back off. Limsey might even have to cancel this back just in case, but of course he was able to be protected by Zerg. So now there is a mid push going out. Kum and Heat and Obsidian together.
After that early death, they awoken a demon in Kum. He was not having it, any of this. The instant TP into the ult mid, nearly catching out Limsey. Another flash blown, which is important. These summoners, as long as they're timing them, keeping track of them, they know who they can look for. They know who they can look to exploit. Right now, Belfast are a little bit on the back foot. They need to find ways to stop dropping summoners for free, essentially, because they were the ones aggressing in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, despite the gold lead kind of being still towards Belfast's favor, it feels like the momentum has definitely gone towards Lionscreed. They are playing with much more aggressiveness. They are playing with much more purpose at the moment. The stun goes down to Vanguard, but no follow-up. A TP is used, so Cormac is here as well. Obsidian is gold at the moment, but he's probably just going to back over here. Vanguard, some aggression. Okay, he is completely knocked out of the map because Obsidian has that ultimate. They are kind of focusing in here on Rengis, and Rengis, he doesn't go down at all. He just survives with so little HP, and oh my god, it's an absolute disaster over here of a team fight. Oh, but Kum gets the kill on Rengis, but I mean, in the end, everybody backs off, and that's unfortunately such a poor like fight for Lionscreed Academy, where Belfast Storm played so well. The Limsey, I mean, we talked about it, or not we, the analysts talked about how good of a team fight comp they have, the 5-man death stack, and it just really showed fruition there.
Yeah, they turned on the Renekton, and Renegade is still playing good in this game, living long enough for his team to react. Limsey getting an absolute massive shuffle in that fight, and it's just not the scenario they wanted. They tried finding more, but wasn't able to catch much more. Came a 3-for-2 for Belfast's favor, but the 6 is still slowly creeping up. This who we still have to put our focus on. Death cap completed.
Oh my.
Tier fully stacked. As soon as that tier is completed into the Seraph's Embrace, that is going to be an absolute massive threat. So this game is literally a game of cat and mouse. If you get your way onto Ziggs, you win the game. If you don't get to Ziggs, they probably win the game. So it's definitely a interesting state what we're in right now.
Yeah, really tense as well. I mean, these fights have been kind of like, you know, like mentioned, explosive as heck, man, but also kind of close. In the end, Lionscreed, I think it was like a 2-for-3. Lionscreed lost 3, Belfast Gaming lost 2, so it wasn't as decisive of a teamfight victory as it seemed. Cormac getting the top tower over here. It feels like at least he's holding his own against Rengis at the moment. So that's nice for him, of course, considering that he was struggling a bit in the early game. Dragon will be up in about 20-something seconds. There is an engage going on Kum, but it's only Hedon who's going to be caught out and potentially going down. Oh, Limsey goes down as well. So that's mid for support. I take that trade. I take it.
I take it every day. It's a 1-for-1, and it's a 1-for-1 in the ideal situation. Ziggs gets out with his life, and you take Limsey off the table. Lowy's rotated around for this one. They're just looking to stop this Herald. Don't want more pressure towards this mid tower, and actually able to siege because your Jason Ziggs are over here. But they will turn their attention to this dragon.
Yeah, and this dragon, if they get this, it's going to be sole point. 20 minutes in, this is exactly where Lionscreed wants to be. Able to pressure out this macro point for the rest of the game, every 5-4 minutes. It's going to be really hard for Belfast Storm to, like, kind of decide these lose-lose scenarios, and boom, just like that, they do get the Dragon Soul. The retaliation in mid is of course going to happen, and Obsidian is kind of caught out here alone, so he will just go down. But Cormac with a monster ultimate, just absolutely deleting the health of everybody, and now everybody on the side of Belfast Storm has to back off and be careful. But wait, Cormac himself is getting a bit low now too. Limsey is back, the bomb has come out, Vanguard gets the kill on Cormac, the Emperor's Divide comes out, this teamfight is scrappy, but Craney in the end gets the kill. Can he also get another kill over here on Vanguard because he is Jace? Oh, I can't even say, yes, he does get the kill! Zerg has to just back off, so that's a double kill for Craney. Trying to use the Q, the Empowered Shock Blast over there, but not getting too much there. But yeah, overall, Lionscreed playing very well together.
Nearly fishing for another while they was at it.
Oh my god, it's
back
not
away. They should be fine. There's no reason to commit there. There's no Sejuani. They do get out. That is a pretty monster fight for Lionscreed. And I'm impressed, because this is definitely an improvement from what we've seen in the first week. Kumakum is having a really, really good game, while Craney has just been slowly working his magic in the background, unnoticed. He's at that 2-item spike right now, so Craney is absolutely massive. Mirrorman has procced one of the big spikes of Jace. We will start to see a big lot of bursts coming out from him. And it's just where that poke game comes in, but they're retaliating with the Baron. They have no idea.
Yeah, they have no idea. They will soon have an idea here, but by the time they get the idea, it is a 3rd HP. Obsidian is around, but can he get there in time? He will not. So the Baron is taken, but they will go for the fight. Obsidian going in on Limsey. Limsey is able to back off. Everybody's just using flashes and everything to get away from here. Can they escape from the carnage that Lionscreed wants to bring out? They will. Yeah, they probably will. So good job on Belfast Storm. I think all 5 members got the Baron buff, and they were just able to get out of that scot-free. Of course, they had to use some flashes in here and there, but still, good win for them.
Yeah, cost of summoners for Baron, especially from a Siege team, what Lionscreed have, that's a pretty good win for them.
We take those every single day.
Doing Limsey is flanking on the side. They do have vision on him, so this flank won't be unnoticed. They catch out Kumikum.
He is slowed, not stunned. He is able to satchel charge his way out of this. Keaton is the one who is going to sacrifice his life in the end. But oh my god, Obsidian was a bit too close, so he gets hit by the flash. Nice! Yeah, that's the Poppy, baby! Stopping the dash. Okay. He did go down in the end. I just got very excited because I saw Poppy gaming over there. They do get the shutdown on Kum as well, so good retaliation from Belfast Storm. As quickly as Lionscreed built up a momentum, Belfast Storm is stripping that away back to their side.
Yeah, an absolutely huge pick. That's the ideal target you wanted. And it falls back to what I said, that game of cat and mouse. You catch Ziggs, a lot of the damage is gone. It's a really good call by Belfast Storm to chase this, and a really massive pick.
I mean, it's super exciting game so far. It feels so close. Of course, on Lionscreed's side, they still do have that ace up their sleeve, that Dragon Soul, that potentially important team fight coming up in about 1.5 minutes. And I do want to talk about Lionscreed a little bit here as the game is now, like, calmed down a bit. Of course, like, I feel like Lionscreed, you win or lose, this is still a really nice game for them because it feels like kind of like the last game they won. They're kind of regaining their confidence and regaining their identity. They're starting to trust each other more, I feels like.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, they've got Renekton splitting in the top lane. This Jace is looked at as a target. He's alone at bot lane.
Ooh, yeah, this Craney, I don't know if he can get out. Okay, he has to use the flash to get out of this situation. His teammate at least is there to cover and save him, but that means the flash is out for the Jace. Dragon up in 40-something seconds.
Yeah, they was hoping to pick off Craney before Dragon, but didn't get in this time around. Only Sejuani all expended.
Ooh, Obsidian potentially caught on it. If your jungle dies before the Dragon spawns, then it means a disaster, and it will not be disaster for Obsidian. He does get out of there, and a team fight is beginning over here, a potential retaliation, but it's not enough. Not enough of a, like, what do you call it? Not enough of a follow-up over here. So Belfast Storm, they do get the kill on the support and confidently march towards the Dragon.
Yeah, they didn't really have anyone else there to react or able to really help at that stage. It was only Ziggs who could throw some bombs. They're looking for a trap. They might find this.
Ooh, yeah, Cormac is the one in the center of this whole trap endeavor, this whole setup going on against Belfast Storm, but he is currently proud and strong. The AD carry is out of the fight. I repeat, the AD carry is out, but Jace is out as well. A nice bomb comes out from the side of Kum, all the way from the back line, but Cormac goes down. Obsidian, Kum and Obsidian are the only ones left at the moment. We do have the Leona trying to enter her way in, but she is a little bit far away still. She has now joined the fight. Wilhelm is stunned against the wall. There's just so much action going on. Vanguard goes into Kum. Oh, almost dies, but Vanguard goes down to the Ignite. That's a shutdown for Obsidian. This fight is absolutely insane so far. It's so close. Everybody's so low. The only one healthy is ironically Hedon, who died right at the beginning of the fight.
That fight went on for so long that he even had time to come back after his death. They committed so much of trying to get to Kumikum. I just couldn't find him.
I think we're going to have more action here, Rayo, because This is sole point, of course, right? If you're Belfast Storm, you do not want to give this up. You want to fight this as much as you can. Oh, but in the end, they can't. Not enough resources, not enough manpower. And just like that Lionscreed Academy will secure the Dragon Soul. They're going to be super powered, baby!
And on a Ziggs, that is going to be beyond disgusting. The Ziggs has been outputting so much damage in this game with an Infernal Soul on top of it. The pop of one of his bombs is going to be massive.
Oh man, this Ziggs. You get hit by a single Q, you're going to get a concussion straight up as a player. Like straight up.
You'll get a concussion for your monitor at this point. It's going to hurt that bad. It's going to hurt your IRL, and it's just not going to be a good time for you. But I have to praise Belfast a little bit because they have been able to find picks here and there. So it's just a game of, again, can they find a pick before the siege gets going from Lionscreed? Lionscreed right now is turning their attention towards that Baron. As soon as they have that Baron, they can look towards sieging. So this needs to be denied.
Yeah. And of course, oh, there is a catch over here. Zerg just goes down, caught out, not able to use the magical journey because there was that Poppy, of course. I'm betting that the Poppy used the W over there to stop Zerg, of course. So that's just going to be the support down. I don't think it's enough of an advantage for them to start up the Baron, but it does give them this nice lead. Looking at the life total on Lionscreed, though, they are all about half HP, so they have to watch out. The poke currently coming out from Azir does hurt. Kum below half HP now.
It shouldn't matter too much. Ziggs should be fine in this scenario. He's just going to base and then come back. It's just whether or not they're going to let him base. They can turn their attention towards the Baron if they have any information on the Ziggs going base, but they do not.
I mean, Belfast Storm, they did sneak that Baron one time. They could definitely go for it again. No reason not to. Like, this game has become so scrappy. It's become so, like, I don't know, man. It's just a mess.
That is honestly the best way to explain it. It's been a messy game. Been very aggressive from both halves, but Ziggs been able to recall and spend some of his gold. Got them Sork boots now, so going to have that extra pen. Again, he is priority target number one if you're Belfast Storm. If you can find a Ziggs, you might be able to look to turn things, but they will peel him with their lives.
Yeah, and just look at the front line just established from Lionscreed Academy. You got the Leona, you got the Eloy, and you have, of course, the Poppy there. Just, like, so much peel. This Ziggs feels like an absolute sentry turret right now on top of a cliff. Or not cliff, a hill. And it's just so hard to get into him. This Baron dance has been going on for a bit. Tensions are rising. Obsidian is the first one to pull the trigger. Nothing too much going on, but there is a flank angle coming out from Rengus. Ooh, Rengus using the ult, flashes in, trying to get as much as he can into Kum. Kum using the satchel, trying to get away. Nice stopwatch timing. Oh my god, it's just mid-result. It's just like devolved into such a mess. So many members going low, but in the end, it is going to be Belfast Storm triumphant with this team fight victory. Playing so well off the pick that was set up by Rengus, and they will secure the Baron.
Yeah, that's just kind of a Rengus diff. That flank is absolutely massive. Committing the flash. What did I say? You catch Ziggs, you will win the team fight. He commits everything for this. And it gets the instant follow-up from Vanguard and instant follow-up from Wilhelm. Able to take this Baron and sort of turn this game in their favor now.
Oh yeah, they definitely feel like they're in the front seat now. 8k gold lead, feeling really good. It really feels bad for Kum though, because like he did have a chance to like dodge that situation, because you notice he has his flash still up. It's just Rengus was way too fast, so Kum of course didn't have the reaction speed.
I mean, even with the flash, there was no saving him in that scenario. He was stunned instantly. Even if you flash, you still would be chased down, so it's just worth saving it at that point. I feel like that's the right call. Right now, Belfast Storm do have momentum and they need to look to push it. They don't want to play with time, but Ziggs is pretty good at clearing minions. Obviously, the Baron minions are going to be not as easy, but they will still have freedom to do so, and they're just going to rotate towards our bot side. Try catch anyone in the jungle rotating.
Yeah, it's a good chance this game becomes a slogging grind, like a World War I like front. And in that case, which team do you favor more as we approach the end game of this match?
Yeah, that's the Azir tower, given a little bit of pressure, but it doesn't last very long against the Ziggs. Renekton also going to base right now, so they're not going to get too much out of it. Just trying to slowly crack this mid tower. They might be able to find on the next wave.
Indeed, like, these sieges are slow but steady at least. But it seems like not too much of like a siege like progression that is going to open up the base, like crack open the inhib towers and stuff like that. Ooh, nice chunky bit of poke coming out from Craney. Yeah, they are just going to have to back off. So the Baron, more for the gold lead, not too much for the siege.
Yeah, Sorada's Grudge is such a big spike for Jace again. He spikes at 2 items, he spikes even harder at 3 items, it becomes a lot more scary. Able to absolutely obliterate these high HP targets as well with this will help a lot. But right now they look scared to step up. Lionscreed look a bit shaken just after that last fight. While Belfast are just posturing. They're waiting for the angle. And what they're going to do with this is Renge's going to rotate through this jungle. You can see him working his way around now.
Oh, he's doing his Renge's flank magic again. I don't think anybody from the side of Lionscreed Academy knows about this. No wards, only tentacles, but last time I checked tentacles, they don't really tell you much about where your enemy is. They do spot out Renge's. Oh, they're just going straight into Renge's. They're trying to get the pick onto him, but this means that Kum has no peel into him. He has to use the flash to get away, but that's Limsy on a killing spree getting the kill on Renge's. Cormac goes down, the Jace goes down. Everybody on the side of Lionscreed Academy is unfortunately going to be absolutely wiped out, and that is going to be a win for Belfast Storm. Excellent team fighting, excellent picks coming out, and in the end, they will take this match and they will join the teams that have a positive win rate so far, over 50%.
Yeah, they look for a commitment on Rengus, and it's just not enough. You leave that Ziggs exposed, and this is the entire game plan of your comp, and it proves not to do anything for you in the end, because Rengus has just been a big factor in this entire win.
Yeah, no, I mean, so well played from him. First starting off with the lane dominance, and then now with these team fight skirmish dominance as well, always being such a huge thorn for the side of Lionscreed to have to deal with, and in the end, they couldn't deal with him at all. And boom, just like that, he carries Belfast Storm to a nice win. Wow, what a game.
Yeah, a very interesting game to say the least, because that game was neck and neck at so many moments. When the early game, Belfast Storm was pretty much dominating for the early factor, and then when it hit about the 10-minute mark, Belfast Storm kind of threw away their lead, and it just became a game of Lionscreed pushing their boundaries as much as they can, trying to get more and more. But that Baron call from whoever made it was a genius, because that slowed down the game enough for them to come back and work their way back in.
And work their way back they did, and it was such a hype match. I hope the next one will be hype as well. Please, everybody, don't go anywhere. The next match will be your favorite team, or at least mine, DMG Esports going against Ruddy Esports. Is going to be an absolute banger. I'll see you guys after the break.
I've been saving up the bands, whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, man. Nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, man. Nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
late game team fights, man, they're just too good for this Irish roster. Back to what was winning, but Lionscreed gave us a strong run for their money. They absolutely did. Sheikah, it was so heavily focused around the bot lane, right? The Ziggs pick was always going to be very important. Vaingod is always important regardless of what he's picking. So talk to me about this bot lane matchup and how important these players were.
So, if we take a very quick look at the difference in how these two teams want to play around their AD carries, and this game is a beautiful showing of it, right? Lionscreed Academy, they want to play for Kumakum. They want him to have a lead coming out of lane and being this big carry. Ended that game 4-4-6 with about 12.7k gold, 200 odd CS, about 43,000 damage, which when you consider you're playing into Sejuani or an Ecton Bard, that's a lot of damage just off of hitting the tanks, most likely. Whereas Vaingod, one of these players who's more than happy to sit, do absolutely nothing for 25-30 minutes, then really come out the gate swinging. And we can see that in the damage, difference in damage, sitting at 22,000 to Craney's 43. But again, Kumakum's 43, my bad. But again, Kumakum was hitting tanks constantly, whereas with Vaingod we were seeing Voidseekers land, dashing in with the killer instinct, blowing up a target alongside Limsey. So the stylistic difference in how these teams want to play around their AD carries really showed in droves this game, because Lionscreed Academy, they couldn't find Kumakum that early lead. Vaingod was able to sit and scale pretty freely, and the game went Belfast Storm's way. These two teams have such conflicting identities that if it's going one team's way, then the other team's win con has likely just been completely shut down.
Yeah, it's become pretty tough to play those later fights, though of course we did fall prey to a couple of the mispositionings that we've seen from Kumakum so far. He did have a lot of value in that game, but ultimately couldn't keep himself safe from the heavy dive coming his way. But let's talk a little bit about the mid lane instead. Rude Dude, we'll open this up with you. Craney on the Jace, Limsey on the Azir. We know Limsey's going to be fine with Azir. He's a mage guy, Azir's a mage, it's all good. But the Craney Jace, we had questions as to what we were going to see out of him, how he was going to play it out. Give us your thoughts on how he played out this game on the Jace, how you thought you handled this matchup in this game in general.
For me, this was a 7 out of 10 for Craney, right? Obviously, I think in a loss, that's a fairly decent score. And this game specifically never felt like the reason that his team was going to lose. And I think that actually held his own through the mid game quite considerably, was taking the correct windows to try and all-in people, using the hammer form to try and take people out of the game. But I think that the pitfalls that we found just a little bit later on, where we weren't quite hitting that poke, and whether that's a team-wide setup thing or whether that's a Craney thing because they didn't have the time to land the poke, a discussion for a different time. But I think that when we got to the late game, we got to see Limsey in particular just be that guy, essentially. Was able to constantly dive forward appropriately. There are so many times you will see Aziz jump forward, get one shot, and then you think, why did you even, what was that all about? But Limsey was always calculated in his approach, wasn't just diving into 5 people looking for shuffles, was diving into picked off champions, isolating them in a 1v1, and then using advantageous items plus level lead to get himself the freest kill of his life, essentially. And constantly doing that in team fights means you're just going to end up winning those team fights time and time again.
Yeah, it was a very strong game for Limsey, that's for sure. And another player that had a very good game. Our top laners are going a bit crazy today. Rengis had a banger of a game on the Renekton into the Alawi nonetheless. They got the early kill with jungle attention, followed it up with a solo kill. Huge performance from the Belfast Storm top laner, not just the tank player, that's for sure. Rude, I know you wanted to talk a little bit more about his game.
Yeah, you highlighted the early game perfectly right there. I think that the important part was that they were able to punish the Alawi pre-level 6 before the Leap of Faith just turns most 2v1s into Alawi's favour. But what we actually got to see from Rengis as the game got later on was him looking for pockets of vision. There was a fight around the Baron, which led to Belfast Storm getting their second Baron, where Rengis flashed on top of Kumakum, managed to take him pretty much out of the game solo. Then your Ziggs is out, there's no DPS there, and then that final fight which Belfast actually able to win, again using vision back in the top, or back in the bot side jungle. This time he was distraction. Lionscreed saw the Renekton and were like, okay, we can't let him flank this time, let's dive on him, make sure that there's a conceited effort to take him out. But that then left their battle lines all amiss, Lionscreed's backline were all of a sudden in the face of 4 members of Belfast, and they just went, we've committed to the Renekton, but because Rengus has just played, so much Renekton, got Gordrinker, got Dominus, he's fine, right? He's chilling. And basically winning those last 2 team fights for me, solo for his team.
Yep, another huge game for him, and back on track for Belfast Storm, back up to 3-2 right now, so they are still back to a positive record. Lionscreed, they definitely showed us a lot here today once again, but didn't quite get the win over a tough opponent. I'm sure we'll see more development out of them in the coming weeks. For now, let's move forward. Let's look at game number 3, DMG UK versus Ruddy Painkillers. Both 3-1. My match of the day for my money, that's for sure. DMG gathering steam on one side, looking better by the day, and Ruddy, they came out swinging, have been handed their first loss, but certainly do look like tough containers nonetheless. So Sheikah, talk to me about DMG UK and why, what do you think is now improving for them so much? Because we knew they had high mechanics from day one, but what's now coming together to make them the proper contender they are here?
Based on the statement put out by Stephen, the support for DMG UK, they hadn't played much together before the start of the split. So, I mean, that definitely plays a part into it, right? We can't verify that, but if we're taking the player's word, then that definitely plays that part into it. But they've been able to get away with these weird and wacky picks for days, weeks now at this point, that has just completely thrown a spanner into the works for so many teams. The Kiana, a big one to talk about, and then the Ash Tahm Kench as well. Things that we haven't seen much in the last 3 years or so. Not really something like, especially that bot lane duo. We don't see Tahm Kench very often at all anymore ever since the changes. So I think DMG UK just have a very different read and a very different way of looking at the game, whether that be because they're a largely Chinese squad, so they're pulling a lot from either Chinese solo queue or LPL or whatever. Maybe LDL, which I think is the development league for China. It could be a number of things, but they have such a different view of the game to a lot of the teams we have in the UK scene that they've been able to twist them around their little fingers a little bit. They've been able to really wrap teams up in their own idea of the game and execute them before they've had the chance to unravel this wire and play back to a standard game of League of Legends.
It's almost that situation where you're thinking, you spend so much time during the game thinking about how to answer the composition that's been put before you, and by the time you figured it out, you're already 5k behind.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough call to make for sure, and we saw Belfast Storm struggle with that one last time when they tried to target those comfort picks, right? You mentioned the drafts that they're able to pull out, Sheikah, and they forced DMG to play Tristana mid. Like, oh dear, what a disaster. And then he goes 6-1, solo carries the mid game. Shinyu in the mid lane there has shown us some strange things, but is able to stand up and carry when required, as is Yang, as is Pighead. These guys are very consistent, and they are... I agree very much with what you said, Sheikah. They just feel different. Watching this team play, watching them draft, watching their approach to the game feels different to any other team in this league. They just feel like a little bit separate, and we'll see what they can bring still. Because as Steven said in that post, they still have more to show us. Says they still have champion oceans, as is the word that he used. So hopefully we'll see a little bit more of that as the season progresses. For now, though, let's take a little bit of a look at Ruddy, at the Painkillers. Another very strong roster, still the same 5. No coach here, no coach required. Power of friendship online and the LAN experience coming up, and just the wealth of experience shown for these rosters. But Rude Dude, someone I wanted to focus on, and a matchup I wanted to focus on for this match, is the bot lane, is Sin versus Yang, because these guys have both been super, super important, and Sin has shown us, some picks that we wouldn't see potentially from other people as well. He has been doing a bit of off-the-wall drafting, as the West of Ruddy has. But talk to me about that matchup. What are you expecting out of it today?
Yeah, I'm honestly hoping for wild and wacky, just as a spectator of the game, in terms of what we're looking for most clinical success. I think that both of these AD carries do have those champion oceans. Sin has been playing forever. Yang, we've seen play lots of things as well. If you want to pull out a Kog'Maw, you want to pull out maybe Lucian as well if you want to get a little bit more aggressive down on that bot side. There are so many options, and I think that facilitating these two bot sides is going to be really important as well. You can't talk about an AD carry without the support. I think Jamsu has been exceptional and engages once again, a bit of a UKEL theme, but whenever you give him Nautilus Rel, doesn't matter, you're finding clean engages and you're looking to start fights. If you've got the facilitating supports, a jungle that can make something happen as well, set your AD carries up for success, and typically it's gone well for both of these teams.
Yeah, it certainly has. We are going to be heading into the draft very shortly, but Sheikah, the other lane I wanted to quickly just touch on for Ruddy is Akkers up in the top side. Erling Narland himself, he was looking like a contender for best top player in the league. He did get knocked down a peg a little bit by Venomcrest, but do you think this was a significant issue by him? Do you think that he does have any struggles, any weaknesses being exposed just before we get into the draft, or is he still contending for that top laner spot?
I think Akkers individually is still a very, very good player, has been solid for a long, long time. I think the big worry for me in the game against Ino was it felt like the lane was a little bit out of control. It felt like Akkers didn't have the same hold over Ino that he's had over so many different players that he's played against so far this split. So I think this game is going to be that make or break for me. Can Akkers secure that upper echelon comfortably? Or are we largely going to be looking at Pighead showing Akkers even more weaknesses, showing that maybe, just maybe, things aren't as clear-cut as we've made them out to be?
Yeah, as we head through the first round of the bans here, still a lot of there's our first Briar ban of the day.
They've been listening. They've been listening to us.
If there's a Champion Ocean, if anyone was going to play it, it was going to be DMGs, as you said. So that's been banned away. The Aurelia and the Rumble still focus bans away as well. It seems like they're still happy to try and deny the comfort. They're not willing to deny strong meta against DMG. They still want to take away their comfort picks. And on the other side, it is very standard strong champions. The Poppy, the Xayah, the Maokai denied away from Ruddy. So for Tyron, though, this does leave interesting options. But Rude, for some reason, we don't see those anymore. We saw the Karthus, but then we saw the Sejuani. Why do you think we left his interesting picks in the dust after week 1?
No faith. Honestly, and there's no good answer. Let's be honest. I think that if we put Tyrion on those carry style junglers, Tyrion has proven to perform. So it's a very real world that they can go back to it. The other part of that coin is if there are just super S plus tier champions that are available to you, sometimes you have to play Rel, you have to play Sejuani, and you get put on tank duty. It's a thankless role is the jungle sometimes, and Tyrion maybe just falls into that.
Yeah, it is true. The dog jungle is not necessarily lauded among many, but it is a very important place. The Rel will see where it wants to go if Tyron or Jamsu wants to turn their hands to it. The answer so far for DMG for Stephen is the Alistair, a classic Rel counter to try and deny that engage. And then maybe a bit of Talia as well. So we have seen, as I think it was you who mentioned, Sheikah, earlier, that we've seen Shroudy Rowdy now step into these carry junglers, right? Or maybe it was Rail in game 1, or maybe it's Rudy. We've said it already, right? But the carry junglers have really stepped up for Shroudy Rowdy, right? And the Talia coming in could be a good way for him to get value out of that playstyle.
And it's like we were mentioning earlier, right? This Talia can still be flexed. It can still go to 2, maybe it can be in 2 lanes, maybe even 3 if you're feeling spicy. So I like this champion at a baseline level. I think she does a lot for what you're getting out of playing her. I think, you're looking at CC, high damage, high poke, good map control because of the...
Okay, it's still good.
It's a good answer.
Yeah?
It's interesting. Yeah, that's fine. We'll give him the Karthus. It's not the Eve yet today, and it's still technically flexible, but...
I'm not sure I like that, though, honestly.
No? You don't like it?
Tell me why.
I think holding this Rel flex, maybe even just throwing it in the jungle the second you see the Alistair, would have been the best call, because, we know Steven's a good support. We know Jamsu's good as well, don't get me wrong, but giving Steven that free support matchup makes life extremely hard for Sin and Jamsu to really play and accelerate themselves throughout out of the lane, and that's largely what we've been seeing from Ruddy Painkillers, is making sure that Sin can get this lead out of lane, because Sin is a very good player when with a lead, as is Yang. And you're now giving the winning 2v2 over to DMG without a second thought. You're saying, okay, we're playing Rel as real, we're not looking to play the game. But, Rel, even when roaming in this matchup, is matched by Alistair. The headbutt comes in, the crash down gets cancelled, and you're really still struggling. So I don't like not flexing that Rel when you know you're into the Alistair, but it shows a lot of confidence from Jamsu to say, I don't care, I'm still going to win.
Yeah. Can take what he wants, and with the Ezreal locked in there, we've seen a lot more blind Ezreals over the last couple of weeks. Normally it was kept as an answer to things like the Kai'Sa, but it is we are just as a heads up to everyone, the draft has been cancelled, so we'll get back into it, and I assume they'll play it back through to the same spot in a few moments. But for now, we can talk about what we do know. So with the Ezreal pick for Sin, it's not like a late game carry for him, it's a mid game spike, right? It does have a strong lane as well if you can pair it up with something that can win. But I don't know about the blind pick for him. I think we're maybe handing the matchup to Yang in a little bit, someone who is equally mechanical, possibly even more so, right? And the Ashe still hasn't been banned, so we'll see if they can set up Sin well, or if Yang does just get a kind of free roam here, because as we kind of mentioned, we mentioned like Sin versus Yang, and these are two super strong players with champion Oceans to pull from. And opting into the blind Ezreal, I guess, what do you think Yang could have in the tank to punish that? Is the Ashe even a good answer into the Ezreal, or is there something else you'd maybe like to see to punish?
I'd err towards no, just because Arcane Shift versus Enchanted Crystal Arrow tends to be favourable. If I can dodge that, then Ashe 2 is completely gone. And this is deep diving, right? And this is me not knowing the full extent of Yang's champion Ocean, but Twitch. Now, I'm going to preach to you all the choir of Ezreal counters. Specifically, Twitch can do very well because you're able to sit back, scale up through the laning phase, and we've already highlighted the fact that they've got this beneficial support matchup on that bot side as well. If Sin and Jamsu aren't able to punish the Twitch appropriately enough early on, I'm all for a Twitch answer from Yang.
Yeah, and then we'd have these double super scaling teamfight AD carries just start at Twitch. One of them is the visible backliner, one of them is a
solo
flank.
AP jungle.
Yeah, we've got vibes here. We've got vibes. Picking it into Sin would be pretty funny. And known Twitch,
Sheikah's just hating my drafting right now.
Sheikah would not draft it. Okay, tell us about it. While we're still waiting for it, why do you hate the Twitch? Let's get a bit of Discord going here on the Analyst S, Sheikah. Why not? Why is this probable Kai'Sa hover the better answer instead?
You're going to cry into Karthus Rel as Twitch. Sure, you can go invisible, but the second you show, you're being dogpiled by every.
That's every champion. That's every champion as Twitch.
The thing is, you're just gonna get wall of pained, and you don't even need the Rel to focus you, right? This Karthus is just gonna walk at you because he doesn't care if he dies. He's still gonna do damage around himself, and he's gonna hit you for half your health with every Q, every defile that he lands. So it's kind of like a situation of. No, we want mobility. And
Sheikah, always with the correct points, appropriate analysis.
Always with the level-headed,
I am in agreement with you on the Ashe, though. I think Arcane Shift gives you a lot of ways to deal with that, alongside the fact you just go cleanse. And even if the Enchanted Crystal Arrow hits, you cleanse it, you then Arcane Shift away from the Headbutt Pulverize combo from Alistar. This bot lane suddenly can't really do much of anything. What I would like to see is, if this Kai'Sa doesn't go bot lane, if this does get taken into the mid lane for Jin Yu, like we saw with the Tristana, I would very much like to see something that just outranges the Ezreal. Something like a Caitlyn, given how DMG like to play, or an Aphelios, or something along those lines. Maybe even a Misfortune, given the fact you're looking to go for some kind of wombo combo. Go for something with either long range or high burst, and you're largely sitting quite happily in this lane, because Ezreal largely won't really ever get the chance to kill you as a Caitlyn or an Aphelios, because you have so much in your kit to deal with him. Pairing that with the rest of the comp, you get free fire, you can move the Caitlyn around the map, feed her plates, feed her money, get her snowballing. Or on that flip side, you can take something like the MF, you can just make it rain on top of someone's head, specifically maybe this Jace, fire away with the bullet time, and at that point there's not really much they can do.
Yeah.
However,
we did see the MF one time before from them, I think, and that was one of their shakier games, but the MF is definitely in the pool. We have seen it come out from Yang, but the Kai'Sa is the choice with the Alistar, so it's a classic engage pair-up. Naturally, generally speaking, the Ezreal will be able to outrange in the lane, and we'll see Jamsu wants to roam away if he wants to leave him there. But the last picks into this top lane matchup that we didn't really see anything of until that last rotation, or into Sion, we're just
we're going back 2 years.
Absolutely passed out.
We're going back 2 years, guys.
At the idea of an Orin Sion matchup, but I think we shouldn't be seeing significant advantage here, right? Touch wood somewhere. No one should be solo killing anybody. But is there any way to gain advantage on the map in the laning phase for either these junglers, perhaps, or can either team push the advantage through this top lane, or are we just ignoring them for 15 minutes, Sheikah?
I much prefer DMG. If you're going to do something early game, you've got a Talia with an Orin in the top side, you can really easily set up onto that Sion. You've got a Talia with an Alistar in the bot lane, you can really easily set up onto. If not this Ezreal, you can set up onto the Rel. You can cancel things like the Crash Down really easily with Seismic Shove plus Pulverize. And frankly, you're into a Jace, not the most mobile of mid laners. All you need is Tristana to land the rocket jump. They're slowed a little bit. Boom, bang, wallop, you're dead to the rocks. They say sticks and stones break your bones, but in this case, they outright kill you. So, DMG have a much better comp. with a lead
Much better.
at the very least. But if Ruddy can kind of keep it plain, keep it stable, keep it safe, you've got a Karthus, a Jace, and an Ezreal all coming online at that 2-item spike. Suddenly, you've got all of your carries, your primary, your secondary, and your tertiary, all synced up at once. That's going to be a lot to deal with if you've not got a lead.
Yeah, that is a tough mid-game to play for sure. Ruddy have not had necessarily the cleanest early games over the second week, and we'll see if they're able to make it to that mid-game and use their power spikes properly. Now, focusing a little bit more on this mid lane route, we have another Jace matchup here for our delectation, this time into the Tristana. How are we feeling about this Jace matchup for Crisis in the mid lane, or Brexit as he is so cursedly known?
So personally known.
Cursedly.
Cursedly.
Very
Okay.
cursedly.
No, I don't think his mates call him Brexit in like a casual setting. At
No,
least
I think if anything,
really
it's-
hope
no,
not.
I'm not gonna-
I really hope not for
so-
his sake. But yeah, tell us about mid.
It may well be a top lane matchup 2.0, to be honest, just
Yep.
with AD farming scaling champions. There's an option for the Trist to be aggressive. If you do that, you very frequently realize that Jace also does very good early game damage when you jump in and then just take Shock Blast into full melee combo. So expectation is that they both play fairly chill. I'm looking mainly at our junglers for any sort of highlight reeling for this game through the early stages. Outside of that, the laners should stay, I'll say, relatively quiet. And the final sort of point that I'd want to bring up going into this game, sort of piggybacks off of Zhika's point that she mentioned earlier, was that when you've got things like your poke style composition plus Karthus, one piece of poke lands, you Karthus ult, you deal 70, 80, 90% of somebody's HP, and the later that game goes, the higher that percentage that threshold becomes. You mistakenly get caught by one shock blast, all of a sudden your objective setup is ruined, because Karthus ulti is so much more valuable when you do it ahead of a fight as opposed to at the back of it. You can very quickly find yourselves just gaining full objective control based off of one button. DMG really have to push this early game in my opinion, to offset any sort of that objective setup.
Yeah, we know that Ruddy have been one of our best team fighting teams early on, largely probably due to the inbuilt synergy that they've had. We've seen these more synergized teams perform super well in the team fights. The same story with Belfast, and DMG are kind of still building that aspect of the roster. Sometimes they're on the same page, sometimes they're just not, but it's getting better day by day. And yeah, if you can just press, Q on Jason, R on Karthus, and then avoid the whole question, that's probably somewhat preferable for Ruddy, and they can just kind of out-strategize rather than having to out-hands DMG, possibly one of our, if not our most mechanically gifted roster in the DMG right here. So Sheikah, I know you have something to add here.
I was just going to say, and even if the Karthus ult plus Jace Shock Blast doesn't kill, you've got a True Shot Barrage to hit in the face as well.
Yeah, backup. Just quick backup, just in case he thought he was getting away. He's half-channeled recall, half a screen away. Whoops, unlucky. The Echelon comes soaring by. But for now, let's get into game. Back over to our casters, DMG UK and the Ruddy Painkillers. Ejun, Rail, let's hear it.
Thank you very much. And we are going to be back over here in the Summer's Rift with another exciting game. It is going to be, of course, DMG versus Ruddy. DMG so far my favorite teams to watch, just because of how exciting they are, of course. Ruddy on the blue side, DMG on the red. It's me, your caster Ejun, and once again, Rayo, my man, how you doing?
I'm excited. This match of the daytime. This is the one what everyone has been waiting for. Ruddy getting his Talia is an interesting factor, but nonetheless, Tyrant has his Karthus. He seems more than confident to play into this, so I'm excited to see where this goes. Top lane is going to be very boring, so we don't need to see much about that. It's just a big wet noodle fight.
Yep. And despite the fact that I do like eating some noodle dishes from time to time, watching big wet noodle fights not my favorite thing, of course. So hopefully we get to see a lot of observing on the other parts of the map. We do have, of course, exciting matchups, like we have the Tristana versus the Jace. Actually, this DMG team comp, I mean, like kind of away from their first and second games, feels way more like of a standard team comp. Like this team, it feels like they've kind of gone over their like teenage years, and they're like, okay, away with the Kiana and stuff like that. We're going with like much more like well-tested, well-established picks like Tristana mid.
Yeah, and you hit the nail on the head. This is the most default comp we have seen from DMG yet. Other than that, we've seen just absolute spicy things from them. One thing not to get twisted is the fact that Tyron is playing Karthus. People think, oh, Karthus won't gank early, it's a Karthus, he's gonna farm. Last time Tyron played Karthus, he got 3 ganked within like 4 minutes, and every gank he did, he got a kill. And in that game, every time he got a kill, he went up 100 gold bounty. This man absolutely popped off last time on Karthus. So this jungle matchup is absolutely key.
For sure, not to be underestimated. It almost feels like maybe teams, they just, like you say, don't really feel that Karthus gank is going to be so prevalent, so they play a bit more cockier, a bit more aggressive, and then boom, it blows up in their face. We do have Karthus and Talia both kind of clearing towards the bot side here, so hopefully we see a lot of bot lane exciting actions.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see that we get the Jace and the Tristana back again. Obviously, both were played earlier today. Jace did not find success earlier. I think neither did the Tristana, so they both actually had a little redemption.
There is a little bit of a skirmish potentially happening here. Shroudy Ruddy versus Tyron. Tyron kind of having to back off, resetting this red. So Shroudy Ruddy, nice little bit of win for him, it feels like.
Yeah, and good timing of Shroudy Ruddy to get out. Doesn't get collapsed on by the rel, so they do waste some of bot lane's time with this. But bot lane won't miss too much. They had the wave fully pushed in, so decent roam timer, and sort of just delays Shroudy Rowdy a little bit. He'll be down a camp now. Karthus is more than happy with this scenario.
Yeah. Like, this Karthus is also another aspect is he is that ticking time bomb aspect of Ruddy Esports as well, right? Like, you get to that late game scenario, his ultimate starts to hurt, he becomes this late game menace in team fights where you have to deal with it in one way or another, and he just presents lose-lose scenarios in so many different, like, aspects.
Yeah, that's right on the money, and a bit of aggression onto the Jace. Jace, no mana.
Oh, has to use the flash just to get away over there, so nice aggressive play from Jinyu, forcing out Brexit out of this lane.
Yeah, Jinyu, not a fan of Brexit, it seems. Just forcing him completely off, like you said. Flash expended. That will probably be a key target for Shroudy Rowdy now, because an Ezreal Railgate lane is not very easy to gank. It's probably your best selection. Is either going to be that Jace or just work towards that top side. I know you don't want to kill the Scion that much, but gold on Shroudy Rowdy, he wouldn't complain.
No, he definitely would not. He is kind of pathing a bit towards top side here. I was gonna maybe mention that. Oh, maybe we see some action here on top lane, but nah. What am I thinking? What am I convincing myself? It's just gonna be the same old for now. Acker versus Pighead, not too much going on. Pighead just gonna back off.
And what's interesting to mention is DMG come into this game with momentum. They have won their last 2 games, whereas Ruddy dropped their last game. So redemption for Ruddy or more momentum for DMG is the aim of the game. So we're going to have to see how it pans out. This mid lane has been very interesting so far. Both trading aggressively when they can basically see fit. Whenever they have the opportunity, they're both going for it.
Oh yeah, Tyron here, trying to see if there's anything to do on this side. Just putting a nice little vision there, of course. And I just kind of want to touch upon that thing the part you mentioned with DMG Esports. I feel like it's a very early part of the game, so of course nothing definitive. But if DMG wins this match, for sure they're one of the top dogs. Like they're going to be one of the teams that everybody's looking out for. No longer underestimated, now truly respected for the players and the team they have cultivated here. But there is a fight. Steven is in the middle of everything, and he doesn't have level 6, so he's just gonna go down very quickly. Same for the other support. Genie trying to go for a W play, but kind of missing out, so not really going anywhere, but he was still safe, so that's okay. Tyron is the one who is kind of surrounded here in the Dragon Pit so far. Yang going to below half HP. This Dragon is getting low. Ooh, Shroudy Ruddy just going for a flash play, but misses a lot of his skills. He does get the Dragon. It is going to be a kill. Brexit gets the kill. Jinyu follows up. Nice ultimate coming out from Jinyu. A double kill for Yang. There is, of course, a kill for 2 kills, I think, total for Sin as well. So overall, pretty even. But DMG coming out with a Dragon.
Yeah, overall, a pretty big win for DMG in the end. They are down on gold, but it doesn't really matter. Kaiser got 3 kills there. Ruddy was doing a lot of work with his Talia rocks, just throw one after another, just being a nuisance in that entire fight. And like you mentioned, the dragon on top of that is an added bonus.
Oh man, Rail, I knew it was a good idea to cast today for Ruddy versus DMG. DMG, like, any game like that includes DMG is always an absolute banger, and already so early into the game, we see how the skirmishes are going to happen. You notice Ruddy, no hesitation, just flashes in so aggressively for that knockup. Like, of course, it missed up, but I love the attitude, you know? I love kind of the tone of which this game is going.
Now what they're trying to do is just trying to force Tyrant out of his own jungle, trying to deny Karthus a bit of farm. They don't want the Karthus to be as online as he was last time, so they're trying to take resources away from him, but smart recall by Tyrant. He'll be able to get to his bot jungle and be completely fine. Didn't lose his wolves either, so he has things to come back to.
Again, coming out over here. Okay, the ultimate use from Stein, he's just gonna back off. Here I was excited that there was gonna be action once again in top lane, my bad.
Just Sion things, man. Just unstoppable. Unless you get in front of him, you're not catching that man.
Nope, and I'm sure that Talia does not want to be in front of him at all.
And I like this aggressive ward by Brexit. Just trying to find out the pathing of this Talia. It just gives you so much more information knowing that this bot side jungle is clear. So you know Talia is in this top side as of right now. And Karthus, because of that, gets to invade.
Yep, nice little win here for Tyrant, of course. These visions are really helping them out. These deep visions into, of course, the enemy jungle side. And, like, as the game kind of continues to progress, it's kind of interesting because, like, for a lot of teams, it feels like they have really nice late games. But for this game particularly, it feels like both teams have some monstrous late game champs.
And a big takeaway there as well. Tyrant getting more of Talia's jungle for free. Talia's just looking for the response of Rift Herald. It's not going to be as quick as usual champions, obviously. But it's probably the best takeaway it could get in retaliation.
Yep. They are going to get it indeed, and wonder where the Rift Herald is going to go once it is taken. Maybe mid, maybe bot. Probably not top, probably not. Definitely
not top. If they use Rift Herald top, I think I'll just rather alt F4 this game, because you're not going to get much funneling gold into an Ornn.
No, you are not, unfortunately. It is kind of like an interesting game state we're getting in, because both carries, both AD carries, we do have the Ezreal Sin with more farm, but he only has 2 kills compared to Kaiser's 3. So Yang versus Sin, I feel like this is going to be quite an exciting matchup between these two carries.
Yeah, on that point, we should take a quick flick over to the gold chart so we can see where the gold is sitting for each team and what the dynamic we're looking at right now, because that is something interesting I want to take a look at.
And we will get to see it, hopefully. Ooh.
One day, surely.
There is Tyrant trying to do a setup over here. Pighead is caught out. He is trying to back off, and he does use the flash out to try to get away. A stun is done, but in the end, Ornn is just too tanky. Backs off. This gives the opportunity for Ruddy to potentially look for a pick over here. Wait, Pighead just got a kill in top lane? And, of course, a bot lane kill here as well. What the hell happened to your top?
Pighead's just goated, man. I don't know what happened top when it looked good for them. They actually get the pick on Sion in a 1v2 scenario. Obviously, Tyrant left in the end. And then because of that, Sin is completely alone. There's no Jamsu. So they're able to completely just jump on him and use the Herald on top of it.
Ooh, okay. A lot of resources used here on Jinyu, and Jinyu will go down. Nice ultimate from Jamsu to make sure he couldn't escape. But if we look at Yang, he's so rich right now. Look at that. A Storm Razor and a pickaxe? My god.
Yeah, that's looking like a big Kaiser right now. 4.8k gold, 800 gold lead over his counterpart of the Ezreal. Meanwhile, though, the mid lane, Brexit is pretty damn big, 4.6k gold. They're going to TP down for this dragon, and both teams want to contest this. This is going to be big.
Oh, I love it. Scrappy fights. More scrappy fights with Rowdy. He uses the flash again and gets another steal. I mean, yes, I know it's only the second dragon, but it's so exciting. How does this man have not a single shroud of hesitation? That's so insane.
But at what cost? It is a 2-for-1 in the end of this play. Trying to take down the Carthus. They're going to get him, and Tristana can get out.
No, a 2-for-2 apparently. Apparently it was very worth it. Hindsight is 20/20 after all.
Well, just when it looked good for Ruddy, DMG actually get the retaliation, which swings it in their favor, and it becomes worth it for that dragon.
My god, yo, the hands, I just love how DMG always relies on their hands to do the talking. Like, it's like, complicated macro, nah, I'm just gonna flash over and get the smite right in time. That's so fun.
So, where we're sat at right now is Kaiser is currently set up to be the big carry for DMG in this game state. On the flip side, we have Tyron, who is going to be able to catch up in form to Talia. Talia should stay ahead for a little bit, but Carthus is just going to pull clear for the moment. But this Jace is the most pivotal pick right now. Jace is a lot stronger than the Tristana as of right now. Has that Eclipse, it's quite a decent spike for him. Not the biggest, but it would definitely help him in this scenario. And he's not able to rotate.
Tyron just caught out! Oh, he's just going to go down. There's nothing for him, and he just... Oh... They are sniping him out. They're making sure that his life is as difficult as it can be. Of course, being the Carthus, you want to make sure he's as down as possible. And another gang coming in, Rowdy and Jin, you trying to look for a pick on Brexit, but Breakfast is really quick, so he is able to escape. Oh,
no,
yeah.
It doesn't stop. It just doesn't stop. They get another pick on the bot side. Sin has managed to make this play. Jace is down here.
Steven's very low. But Steven, nice retaliation on Brexit. And that's just going to be a kill. Yes, Sin does get a kill back, but now he needs to be careful. There's two members. Oh my god. The Q deals so much damage, and Yang is going to die to the Carthus. A shutdown. Sin gets another kill over here. So that's a killing spree for this guy. A mad lad over here from the side of Ruddy Esports.
Well, that's definitely a retaliation for sure. They get exactly what they want in the end. Carthus getting a kill, which he desperately needed in this game, getting some gold in his back pocket, but Sin remaining completely untouched in that fight. Not really ever in a threat to be killed there, and just having free reign. So Sin is fully getting himself back into this game, still down a bit of gold on the Kaiser, but he is still doing work.
My god. Like, Rail, 14 minutes in, if it was any other team versus any other team, we would see like maybe 5-6 kills at this point. Look at this, 19 kills already. More than 1 kill per minute on average going down over here in Summoner's Rift. What a game we have in our hands.
Yeah, it's looking like a spicy one, and there's a reason this was going to be the match of the day and everyone was excited for. This still has a lot of potential to go either way, and that's what's so exciting about this game.
Yeah, nothing decisive yet so far. Steven going on Sin, nice reaction, able to arcane shift out of that. And yeah, no, just really well played from Sin so far. He's on top of his game, I feel like.
Yeah, Sin as a player has definitely evolved over the years. He's got better and better and is showing more growth as a player. Looking a lot more aggressive overall and just a lot more confident in his own ability.
Yeah, we do have Acker trying to defend bot tower here, but now he is going to get dove. Now, ooh, a little bit of miscommunication. They do stop the ultimate from coming out. They want to commit for this. I think Yang will be able to get this in the end. Yeah, that's just a nice kill going over to Yang. A bit more resource used than maybe they wanted to.
Yeah, unfortunately, these Alistair combos haven't fully been there for Steven this game, but it doesn't matter. They still get the kill in the end. They will lose Herald for this, and they could actually look for a play towards top if they want to continue this pressure or work towards cracking that mid tower.
Yeah, Yang and Steven aren't stopping too much right now. Ooh, nice. Taking away that mid wave to give the bot lane a bit more time to regroup over here in mid once they've gone back and bought their items, of course.
Yeah, right now, the staple of this game, DMG is still up on gold, but Ruddy are putting up a fight. They're not going down easy, and I mean, both AD carries are looking very strong right now. Kaiser at 4-2 items. Ezreal not far away from Mana Moon either. So it's really neck and neck.
Yeah, no, super exciting. You know what's even more exciting? Rail, Dragon's up, and Shroudy Rowdy has Flash. We could see it happen again if we really wanted to.
I mean, they're already on Dragon. They're going to sack mid tower for Dragon here.
I mean, yeah, sure, why not? Good call from them.
At what cost? Because they can push this in for a tier 2. They're just looking to see if we can get the dash, but they're getting engaged.
The wall comes out of dividing the members of. Oh, nice ult from Jamsu. Getting Shroudy Rowdy so low. Pighead is going to go low and he is going to go down. Steven over here in the middle of everything. But, oh my god, from the side of DMG, they are retaliating really well. And it is not a decisive teamfight victory, but at least still a small victory from the side of DMG in terms of kills. A push in mid.
Yeah, they were able to get some pressure on this mid tower. Fight didn't go how they wanted it to for Ruddy. The really good counter engaged by Jamsu, by the way. Jamsu buying so much time for his team in that fight. TP
Yes,
play
sir.
onto mid, but it won't lead to anything.
Look how much ward there is on mid side. That's just how chaotic the team. I was just bunch of wards spammed everywhere.
And the best part of this, you know, this isn't going to be a game where anyone's going to be split pushing that much. Even on a Jace or Tristana, they won't be going to side lanes too much because action is just constant.
Oh my god, are you telling me we're gonna see even more team fights, even more explosive? Like this one over here? This is Jin Yu versus Brexit, but ooh, Brexit having to back off, noticing just how much damage Tristana deals. He has a bit of support here, potentially from Jamsu.
Yeah, Jamsu's still lurking in the wings. They have no information on him. Tristana trying to be careful, but could get punished. She's
This
looking
one happens for sure. Oh no. Oh my god, both of them are so low. I love it. Even the deals are so like, it's just so much micro, you know what I mean? Like, I love it.
Tiny bit of damage. Calf Assault. Calf Assault can come in now.
Yeah, we do have Steven to help out a bit with the healing, but the side,
No,
the
doesn't
Karthus
go
ult is
for it.
about like a quarter left, it seems like, so Tyler
that's-
unfortunately couldn't help out. Yeah.
That's my bad. I looked like it was up for me.
Yeah, no, I see what you mean. It was like low transparency, so I couldn't really notice until I squinted at it.
I bet they were screaming for it. That's the worst part. I bet it's like Calf Assault, Calf Assault. Ah, no, it's on cooldown.
Yeah, Tyler was like, "Come on, guys! I told you this like 3 minutes ago. I still can't tell."
Looking dangerous in the side lane. So again, just wherever Brexit and Saber go, they both look for aggression. They're both looking for the play on each other. I think it's only just going to be a matter of time before one finds the other, because we're back at it again in the top lane.
Yeah, no, and I wouldn't have it any other way. This is exactly why I live. I love just the ego match that's going on and displayed over here. You could play carefully, but why play carefully when you could just play fun and decisively? Like Shroudy Rowdy with his flash smites and stuff like that. So far working out in the favor of Ruddy Esports. The Dragon will be up in 2 minutes. Baron is up in 10 seconds. We'll see if they want to fight even more.
And it won't take much longer for Sin to get that Mana Moon procced. He's at 3-4-2 right now, so only a couple stacks away from getting that proc. Jace does have his online, which is an important spike. Once they have them 2 Mana Moons online, it is a very strong point for Ruddy, and one what DMG has to respect a little bit.
Yeah. We do have like the Tristana. She didn't get to like finish her items quite a bit yet, so she is, like you mentioned, a little bit behind the Jace, at least it feels like. I mean, but like the Ezreal and the Jace, like this poke could go absolutely crazy as well in these like late game scenarios. Like Ezreal hurts, so does Jace.
Yeah, decent poke from the side of Ruddy. And I think to top that off, if you get that good poke laid down, you have a Karthus. You can pretty much almost guarantee that that kill is going to be solidified. And it's what makes their comp pretty good. If you get to Siege, you can just play the poke game and just say, okay, Karthus, have your finger on the R button, and we'll just poke away.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, they have a nice team plan, and we'll see if it comes to fruition, because in about 30 seconds, there is going to be the next Dragon, and I have a really strong feeling that they're going to have a fight over that. If not this Baron, because it seems like for DMG, they're posturing quite aggressively towards this Baron, at least trying to maybe fish for a fight.
I mean, if you're DMG, you'll happily sack Dragon for Baron, but at the same point goes for Ruddy. They'll happily sack Dragon for Baron, so it's a game of cat and mouse. It's saying, which one do you want to take? So we'll take the other.
Oh man, the Dragon is up in 5 seconds. DMG not really at the pit area, not a lot of vision established there, so maybe they want to just concede this? I'm not really sure. They are starting to sweep around the vision though.
Talia just got an Ornn upgrade, so that's a lot of extra damage.
Oh, Tyron just called out. Tyron goes down so early in the fight. Oh, and we do have Yang who's going to go down on the other side, so that's a kill for a kill. And look how low everybody from DMG is. They are in no shape to fight. But of course, my god, I forget. They don't play macro. I mean, they play micro, or my bad, other way around. Look at this. Now they're completely deciding they're going to push this top lane tower and get a lot of nice points over here as well. The Dragon will go over to Ruddy, so that is at least 1 Dragon point for them.
Well, if you're Ruddy, you won't be too upset because it's a top lane tower open. Yes, even if you got the top inhibitor, you still won't be upset because you still can work towards that Baron easy enough. If there's a bot lane inhibitor, it's a complete different story. But for the way it went, it killed Tyron, but at what cost? Tyron just did so much damage in that fight, even in his death form.
Oh yeah, like we're really getting to the point, like as you mentioned, even if the Karthus is dead, like he's done his job basically. He uses his ult once and boom, everybody's half HP, or at least in not such a healthy state anymore. And if you can't be healthy, for most teams, you can't make that decision to go in and fight anymore.
And the thing to keep an eye on, Ornn just got another level up, so that's another ornament for someone, depending on who he wants to give that to. Probably the Kaiser, because the Tristana has been splitting mostly, and with the Kaiser being at 3 items, it would be a pretty big spike.
Oh, game is so tense right now. I can hardly breathe or think. They are maybe trying to look for Pighead. It's just a nice little poke. Ooh, Yang going in. Oh, this is an aggressive start. A very aggressive start over here. And Akers is completely alone, surrounded by 5 people, so that is Acker just going down. This time, no retaliation coming in from the side of Ruddy Esports. He has some pokes here and there, but in the end, that's just a clean, nice 1 kill for DMG.
Yeah, but a lot expended for it. Ornn ult down, Alistair ult down, no Talia ult as well.
Oh, the flash used, and that's just Sin. He goes down. He couldn't get out of there in time. And no, this is not what you wanted from Ruddy Esports. The ult comes out. How much damage does this deal? Oh, Steven's item, that the Locket of the Iron Solari, does help alleviate a lot of that damage, and that is a decisive victory for DMG.
Yeah, they get what they want in the end, and Steven could actually die here if he's not careful.
Oh, wait a second. He says call an ambulance, but not for me. Okay, no, never mind. It was for him. But okay, Brexit will go down as well. Yeah.
I mean,
and they get the... Yeah, the Baron is taken as well. I mean, this is DMG taking control of the game now.
I was going to say, I'll take that trade any day. Support for mid laner is absolutely huge. DMG are starting to control the momentum, and you can see the gold shift now since we last looked at it. Before, it was only a 2k gold difference. That has risen. We are now at 51.3k to 44k. DMG looking quite firmly in the lead. Look at that gold difference in both the mid lane and the jungle.
Oh man, like DMG, I don't know if I'm impressed or I'm just like stupefied. I just love the way they play. Like it's just so fun to watch them play, like every single time. Like if they win or if they lose, it's gonna be through scrappy team fights, and here they are with their scrappy team fight comp, winning it out another fight, now pushing mid lane.
But at the same point, Ruddy have been trying their best to match the same momentum, and it's not gone away. The pick on the backside, Tyrant's instantly dead.
Yeah, Shrouded Rowdy so far has been so accurate, and look at this, the Unga Bunga coming out from the side of DMG. Acker trying to be an undead zombie, trying to help him out. I mean, it's just going from bad to worse for the side of Ruddy East, or this just might be the end of the game if they play things correctly. Oh yeah, it probably is, right? Everybody's dead. Death timer's 20 seconds.
And what you missed on the backside of that was a quadra kill for Yang. Yang
wow.
absolutely popped off in that fight and went for even more, dashing onto that Jace. And it's one of the key factors of them ending the game now.
Yeah, no, and just like this, DMG going to win this game into Ruddy Esports, and they are showing everybody, we are the team you have to look out for. You might not know about us, but now you do, and now you have to fear us. My God. What a game, what a game.
And what DMG have just told is a little story of Ruddy. You must ban his Talia. If you do not ban his Talia, that man will do things to you, and you're not going to enjoy them. And it's exactly what happened. He farmed up a storm, was able to just build a bigger and bigger CS lead, and the amount of picks he kept getting for free with no retaliation just started to mass more and more.
I mean, yeah, no, just the amount of picks he was getting, it was like a point and click spell. It wasn't even a skill shot anymore at that point, and he was so integral to their victory. I mean, like, I know it didn't do too much in the end because they didn't get the soul point, but just him flashing and getting like dragons and stuff like that, that was just so awesome to see as well. Super well played from the side of DMG overall, and unfortunately for Ruddy Esports, this does mean that this is their second loss, so maybe stagnating a bit from their recent, like, their more earlier successes.
Like we mentioned, though, DMG were riding momentum coming into this, and they continue to ride momentum, moving up to 4-1. We'll be back with more League of Legends action after this break.
Pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on flip 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on flip 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that. 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 Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Lambo with the 10 got it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the analyst desk post game number 3. It delivered, that one. Ruddy versus DMG. It had it all. It had swings. It had massive team fights. It had lane explosions. Ultimately, though, DMG continued their winning ways, and Ruddy still struggling. Down to 3-2 now. DMG 1 win behind Tempest. And, you know, I can't wait for their second round robin match, that's for sure. We'll come to that one later in the split. But for now, let's look at this lane in a little bit more detail. Starting off in the bot lane. We set up Sin, we set up Yang, we know they're great carries, we know they're mechanically strong, and in the lane it looked like that's what had happened, right? They both had a great lane. I remember that one replay from Sin on the Ezreal with that outnumbered play. But Rude Dude, tell us a little bit about the bot lane matchup, talk to us about what went wrong for Sin later on, and how Yang managed to get the most out of the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I think that Yang's build path was really unique, but also specific to this composition that he's playing up against. We saw a lot of skill shots, right? We highlighted the fact that he was going to need a lot of mobility, so he goes for the AD version of Kai'Sa, which gives you faster E-evolve. You're typically getting it up off cooldown a lot faster. And also went into a Stormrazor Wits End duo, which gives on-hit movement speed, plus the first auto attack off Stormrazor gives you a big boost as well. Meant that he was really easily able to dodge a lot of the skill shots and had a bit of chase down capability too, even further than a Kai'Sa already does. So I really liked the build that we actually got to see from Yang. And then on the flip side, Sin had a monster laning performance, starting out the game really well. 5-2, I think, on this Ezreal at one point during the game, had excessively good movement down on that bot side outplay. But then as we got later on into the game, unfortunately did just slip up a couple of times, getting caught by the occasional seismic shove, getting just locked up by supports as follow-up as well. And on an Ezreal, you just can't be doing that specifically in these competitive games when the enemy is so close to being able to take you out anyway. Giving them a free avenue in just wasn't enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, Sin ultimately not able to stand up in those later fights. Yang continues to impress, as does Xinyu in the mid lane. We will come on to him just a little bit later. But for now, let's focus on the junglers first instead, because Tyron got the Karthus, right? We thought maybe it was going to be the Evelynn. Karthus instead, a classic Tyron pick. He's already had a monster game on it so far in this split, but it really just didn't hit the same, right, Sheikah? It was pretty slow. We never got to that point where he's able to be one-shotting people with the ult. Apparently, we are just fixing a small meeting issue. There it is.
My bad.
And she's back.
I left the button pressed.
From the top.
We've seen Tyron play this Karthus before, right? Controlled the map, controlled the game, was able to get leads very, very easily. We didn't really see that this game. I mean, Tyron, we saw around 5 minutes, that first Dragon fight, really not looking to play the fight, just looking to go for the objective. And not much really came of it. They lost the objective. They lost the subsequent fight, and up against a player like Ruddy playing something like this Talia, something that has a lot more activity in the early game, you're gonna struggle. And then not only that, but Tyron delaying his power spikes in his build. That 2-item power spike got heavily delayed by throwing in a Zhonya's in there to try not to die immediately, when realistically that is what we will see a Karthus do, is go in, die, do damage in the dead. The game didn't go Tyron's way, so we could be seeing the formula to Ruddy really get clicked, like we talked about last week. You shut down Sin, you shut down Tyron, you make them play in Chaos, they're going to struggle. Or we could just see Shroudy and Shroudy and co really starting to come into the groove and say, right, we know our play style, we're going to play to it, and there's nothing you can do to stop us, because it's what it seemed like this game. Ruddy definitely struggling to find a way to keep this game going, especially through Tyron, who has been so consistent for them up until now.
Yeah, it did seem, as Rail said to us in the green room, just stop giving Shroudy Talia. Maybe stop giving him this champion, because it's very good, and he's very good at it. I know, Rudy, you were a big fan of the ultimates we were seeing through from Shroudy Ruddy through that. A lot of great map control coming out of him, great team fight as well. Now, I'm not going to give you any more time to talk about it. We've got to skip forward to talk about Shinyu a little bit before we look to our last game of the day. But this mid laner, again, forced onto Tristana. They don't want to let him play Kiana, which is 1-on-1. They don't want to let him play Aurelia. They're just tying him down, chaining him up, and making him play one of the best mid laners that we currently have in the current meta, Rude. And I don't know why we're doing this. He's just popped off again.
It's unfortunately for junglers the opposite of jungle. Junglers get given Sejuani duty, mid laners get given Tristana duty. Now, obviously, the feelings among both camps when those things happen are a little bit different, but Jinyu just constantly performing on this Tristana pick, I think this game specifically as well. Very aggressive. Saw him even in the laning phase jumping forward. I pointed out pre-game that could result in difficulties. Not if he dodges all the skill shots. He was more than happy jumping in the face of the Jace, causing issues for the scaling aspect of that mid lane for Ruddy. But I think that Jinyu, as we got later on as well, constantly hopping forward, knowing his damage output right. He's putting a charge on somebody, knows that they're going to explode and give him a reset. So he's already looking ahead through the rest of the fight. And I think that just Jinyu in this game, stellar performance. Constantly knowing where to be, what to do, and how to play his champion specifically as well. Maybe just goes on that ban table and we give him the Kiana back.
Yeah, so maybe let's just do Rail a favor as an Aurelia main. Let's just give him Aurelia. You know, what's the worst that could happen? You might just also get smashed in mid lane again, just like he does with Tristana, you know? Let's maybe just see if the melees are an easier matchup. But for now, Shinyu's definitely impressing us on those ranged picks as well. We haven't seen a mage from him yet. I think it was it Yushika who mentioned it, or you, Rude, who said we haven't seen any mages from him yet. So we're still waiting to see if there's a decent AP pool there to stack up and if there can flex that draft around that. But as we said they have champion oceans. I'm sure at least one of them builds magic damage for Shinyu. So that's the third game of the day. DMG extending 4-1 now, chasing after Tempest as we move forward into our last game of the day, which we teed up before. Verzik versus Arcadeia, down at the bottom of the standings. Both teams really still trying to get their engines started in this season, especially Arcadeia, yet to get that first win. But Sheikah, this does feel like their best shot so far to get that win.
Absolutely. It definitely does. Arcadeia currently sat at 0-4. You cannot go to that 0-5, and I'm not sure if we have it available to us just yet, but when the roster graphic comes up, we'll talk a little bit more about that. But for now, Arcadeia have really been struggling, and this is a shock to all of anybody who followed Open Qualifiers. Arcadeia were one of the teams that were the most dominant coming out, and if we take a look at the roster, this is not accurate. So today, Arcadeia are running. It's still Brixton blank. They're still here. Your carries are staying.
Yeah.
Pride Stalker's back for the jungle. Our friend Synapse, our dear sprinter up in the top lane, has moved down to support alongside blank. Unsure why, but has done. And I'll touch on that in a second. And Shida has come into the top lane, another name that has been around the UK scene for quite a while. Is Shida.
Yeah.
And if we take a look at the dynamic that this is going to change, Synapse used to be a support player alongside Hawkeye on Vector, I believe it was, a few years ago, before moving back to top lane with Lucendi in the last split of the UKL we had. And they had relative success. I mean, Synapse, being a relatively beefy player up in that top side, fit really well into the tank engages that you find in support, and could also play the enchanters to a relative degree of success. Things like the Karma, which were also top lane meta for a while, got picked up as well. So pairing that up with Blank was a very consistent carry. I'm excited to see what these two can do, especially considering you're putting an experienced support player with an experienced AD carry player who generally get along. Flipping that to the top side, Shida's coming back in, and typically what we see from Shida, the pick that I know Shida for, personally, is Set.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane
It's just another set player. We've got so many of them now.
It's just another set
They're
player.
everywhere.
Also plays the likes of the Cassante. I'm very excited to see how Shida comes into this game swinging, whether it's going to be a good game from Arcadia, or whether we're going to see them struggle in the mid game, falter in the mid game again, because we've not really seen anything amazing from Brixton or Blank so far this split, which again is a massive shock to people who followed Open qualifiers. They were a very, very good duo in OQ, along with, we had Synapse, T-Time, and Galaxy. They've not picked up wins. They're still 0-4. They could be 0-5 today up against Verzik, but will this Frankenstein roster really help anything? I think it will. I'm hopeful, because I like a couple of these players. I won't lie. I'd like to see them get at least one win, and I think if it's gonna happen, this will be the way to do it.
Okay, so that's the lowdown on Arcadia. Now for Verzik Esports, we have no roster changes. We're sticking with these 5, and so far, the only player we've really seen have massive effects on the game is Lars up in top lane. The highs of the Fiora, the lows of the Tryndamere. There's certainly going to be some pivotal plays going on up there, but Rude, we're yet to really see too much out of the rest of the map. Are there any other players that you think stand out on Verzik as someone that could step up and take more of that carry mantle if Lars isn't able to get rolling?
I would be looking toward Hollow, I think, in that mid lane. So far has proven to be the next best piece for Verzik, right? I do like the point that you bring up, right, that Lars has just been the person to get things done for Verzik, has always been at the very least trying these new things. And like you say, the Tryndamere, whilst last week it may not have had the most glowing of recommendations, it's certainly out there enough to warrant some sort of attention being put into this top side. And the sort of good thing for me almost is that Goldie as well is going to have recognised this. If by now your top laner has locked in Camille, locked in Fiora, these archetype champions, and then a Tryndamere as well, and your jungler's gone pathing bot lane, this game looks really good. There are some issues in the camp. I'm going to keep it a book, right? That's just something that you're going to have to address. So I'm looking at Goldie as well. Maybe Hollow can make some moves up to that top side of the map and make sure that Lars is facilitated, because it was and has proven to be a double-edged sword when it comes to Lars.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see if they can maybe stabilize that a little bit, or at least find a more consistently winning formula up there to make sure that top is going well. And then focusing on that top lane matchup a little bit, Shida there as a player for Set, as you mentioned, Sheikah, also things like the Aatrox you've told us about. And the one pick that sticks in my head whenever I think of Shida is Wukong top. I don't know why, but that's the one pick I think of when I think of Shida. I think it won. I think there was a win under the belt somewhere there, but I doubt we'll be seeing it today. But this kind of player, the Set, the Aatrox, the Bruisers, going into Lars, do you think that we are just going to see, are we going to get to see another Bruiser matchup here, or do you think that maybe Shida needs to step back and try and neutralize what Lars is doing? I guess from what you remember of Shida as a player, do you think can go toe-to-toe with Lars, who is, I guess, someone who does have so a lot of success in a 1v1, a jungle favored 1v2, maybe not so much, but the dueling is certainly for him.
Yeah, I mean, thinking of I'm trying to cast my brain back to the last time I saw Shida play, frankly. I think if you, at this point as Arcadia, you kind of have to try something, anything, right? That's why we're seeing this Frankenstein happen, I think, is because you have to try something to get a win on the board. So if you're going to bring Shida in, at least give this the amount of trust that Shida can play his champions to a decent enough point as to where you can kind of just sit there and say, yep, I'm fine with this. This is okay. This is all right. Let's get going. There's a decent chance.
So we give him some comfort, maybe. We don't just put him onto a losing champion to just quietly lose in top lane. We give him something he's good at, something he's comfortable at, and we kind of we bring back the Shida of old, right? We give him the trust.
Like Wukong.
I mean, another champion that comes to my mind. Another champion that comes to my mind for Shida is Jax, and that's something that is very good at the moment. Into a lot of the picks that we've been seeing out of so many different top laners, Lars included, things like that. Fiora, very very rough matchup into the Jax, and if that is something that we see come through for Shida, I'm going to be scared for Verzik because Jax is just terrifying at the the
Yeah, I mean, I was watching. I was watching a lot of the Game Changer stuff as well from North America, and Arcana over there. B1 Jax every single game. Where they were loving it. So yeah, the Jax, it certainly gets a lot of buying power as well. Just if you're trying to get comfort, if you're trying to get a good matchup, it's fairly difficult to try and counter. There's Gragas, but other than that, I'm really searching quite deep into the champion pools.
Yeah, for something that isn't at least fine, right? You can just, as a Jax player, you can probably just slam it and be like, I'll be all right, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll get to smash, or maybe I'll just smash in 20 minutes. You know, we'll see you then. So yeah, we'll see if Sheeta can, if they want to even give him some blind pick and then use that value to get value somewhere else, right? You get a blind pick somewhere, you kind of sacrifice a blind pick, you get a counter elsewhere. Maybe you can get a favorable matchup for Hollow in the mid lane. Maybe you can try and fix bot lane a little bit if you have Blank and Synapse. You know, as much as they have played together before and that they've experienced in this scenario, Synapse has not been maining the support role for the last little while, so perhaps they could get something a little favorable to give them an advantage down there. Or maybe he just takes LeBlanc
Picks a top
support.
lane champion.
Yeah, takes Renekton
Takes
support,
the LeBlanc or
support,
Renekton or something.
whatever. Maybe not the LeBlanc. I mean, the record on it.
Could see the Ahri support. I mean, AD Ahri's
There
been
we
making
go.
his rounds.
Any reason to play Set? We'll play
Is there
Set
any
support
reason?
again. Yeah.
Is there any reason that we keep on insisting that mages must build AD? We had LeBlanc, now we've got
Now we've
Ahri.
got Ahri.
I think there needs to
Yeah.
be a ban.
Yeah, can we not just...
I
Can they
agree.
build the items that were designed for them, perhaps? Can they just leave the AD items to the ADs? Spoken like a true AD carry player, Rude. Why are these mages coming and stealing my items? This is unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean,
As we
correct
do-
me if I'm wrong, but we have 3 AD carry mains on the desk right now. So, like,
I ditched it and went back to mid, I'm afraid. I
2
got,
out of 3.
got sick of it after
out of
2
3 ain't
seasons.
bad.
Couldn't take it. Couldn't take
Well,
the heat.
Trajan's
so I
no
went
longer a
back to
part of
play.
the show, so thank you for sticking by. It's actually 2 for 2.
Yeah, went back to mid lane where I can build Stormbracer anyway and build Static Ship anyway and just win because that's how my champions work. Right. Draft. Last game of the day, folks. Yone and Vayne banned on the other side.
Alrighty.
Rengar. So is this a Sheeta thing? Oh no, it's Brightstalker, of course. Sure. I was like, okay, so she's not been labbing top Rengar, but we do have a top side focus coming out
Briar.
of Verzik. They're trying to fix this, and this is our new. There is the Briar as well, of course. So this is our new kind of, as you put it, Sheikah, Frankenstein top side, right? New jungler in, new
stole
top
that
laner
from
in.
you, mate.
I was gonna give you the credit. I appreciate the credit being passed back to me, but as a host, I'm a giver. You know what I mean? I give points to other people to talk about. But it looks like we're potentially not going to do the Tryndamere again. We've got the Rel first pick, right? This is standard. Is there anything else standing out from the bans, Rude Dude, that you want to touch on before the picks start coming through?
Only that we're the GOATs. We predicted 2 Briar games
Very true.
at the top of this show. Both teams that we predicted would play Briar got Briar banned away. So
Yeah.
self pats, you know, golf claps for the desk. We did very well, and that's all. We've got picks to talk about.
Yeah, we have this Rel coming through again. The Jarvan back again as well with the Kai'Sa. So they are blinding this one. And we have seen now plenty of options for the Kai'Sa coming through. Xayah still denied. But Sheikah, if we have this blind Kai'Sa, you know, for Blank, as someone you're very familiar with Blank as a player, what do you think we're going to see out of him to go into the Kai'Sa? Are we matching it with a Zeri, or are we trying to counter
Yes.
it with something else?
I think it's
We're
just
doing that.
Zeri. I think it's just, I mean, this is Blank we're talking about, right? You're looking at Xayah, you're looking at Aphelios, you're looking at Zeri, you're looking at your hyperscalers, and Zeri is just the perfect option into the Kai'Sa once the Xayah's gone. Aphelios really does not like that lane at all. You can outrange her, sure, but you do not match her lane pressure at all, especially alongside something like a Rel. You just mismatch what you want to be doing. So I do think the Zeri is very, very good for Blank in this situation, especially since if you decide to go for Navori over iEdge, despite the fact that I think iEdge might be slightly better overall, I think Navori in this game, giving you that Spark Surge so much more often to dodge the Jarvan flag and drag and avoid the Void Seekers, you have so much value in this one pick, and the teamfight presence is absolutely terrifying if that Lightning Crash can land.
Yeah, speaking of terrifying, we have Lars Fiora back onto the top side here, potentially into a Poppy, though there is still flexibility there, as we still see a lot more top lane bans coming through from Verzik, the set taken away, the Rumble taken away, trying to really fix that matchup. On the other side of Arcadeia, they are now looking towards the mid lane with the Veigar ban. So, Sheikah, do we have a thought here? Do we have a thought to share with the class?
It's a Yax angle.
It's a Yax angle?
It's a Yax angle.
That's a skill matchup if I've ever heard it. That is EW
Jax Fiora?
chicken. Yeah, EW
Yeah.
chicken goes crazy in that matchup.
Yeah, properly nose to nose, chest to chest in top lane. You press your button. No, you press your button. Right?
Literally.
So, I would love to see that pulling Sheeta back from the annals of history, slam him on Jax versus one of our up and coming, like a Fiora prodigy and Lars to just go through. That's the matchups we want to see in the UKL. That's why we brought this league back, is to see stuff like this. And look at that, man. You guys are just too good today. I don't know, this desk is kind of cracking right now because the Jax comes in. And Shida is going to get that skill matchup into the Fiora. On the other side, Jolly Boy on the Bard. This is a common pick for him. We know there's comfort there. Roaming is fine as well. And then the Blitzcrank potentially being the option for Arcadia. I don't think it's been locked in
You've got
yet.
Rel Poppy, it's really rough. You've just got like Syndra Oriana, something
Please
like that.
give me a mid laner and not Blitzcrank. Okay.
Yeah.
It's saved.
Okay.
This is a really strong
Yes.
teamfight composition for Arcadia as well, right? You've got Poppy Rel for your engage, you've got Jax for a split push / flank, you've got Zeri as your late game teamfight damage. Arcadia, hit 25 minutes, let's start the party. Verzik on the flip side have actually got a few more tools through their early stages. The Jarvan I'm looking at in particular, the Bard as well, that's a really nice pairing to find a lane, kill whoever's in that lane. Also, if you want to go invading in the jungle, you have fairly decent tools to go do that as well. I like the follow-up that Akaisa's going to offer you with the Bard and Jarvan as well, even if she's a bit further behind. The Killer Instinct in gives you opportunities to find really fast, isolated 3 versus 1s, 3 versus 2s for Verzik. So their tools in the early game certainly a lot more apparent than Arcadia's, but if we get later on, this could very easily be Arcadia's first win on the board.
And not only that, but this is kind of what we saw Arcadia do throughout Open Qualifiers. They just draft full hard send team fight with some kind of bruiser in the top lane that can either stay in a side lane and split push or have massive team fight impact with 1 or 2 abilities and play the fights from there because you trust Blank, you trust Brixton, you trust your engages to really make this game happen. And I think there's no better composition to do it with than going back to something like Control Mage, Hyperscale, Engage for the mid-bot support.
Yeah, and then for Verzik, I like the Oriana for Hollow into a standard kind of mage matchup for him. Not something he can potentially push much of an individual advantage on. I imagine Azir is relatively safe in this matchup, but it is something he can be very impactful on the Oriana, linked up with the Jarvan especially. The ult combo is, once again, it's tried and true through the years. So that top side in general, I think, is really strong, right? They got the Jarvan, the Oriana, and the Fiora. Sheikah, let it out. What have you got for Azir? There it is, exactly. So that top side for Verzik, I think, is on lock. They've got a great setup for themselves, and I'm looking forward to see how they can do in those early kind of skirmishes, potentially around Herald or other things. And then for the bot lane, what do they even draft in bot lane? This is why I took pictures of draft. I took a picture of the drafted game when it was Bard Kai'Sa. Okay, so is this the second time we've seen Bard Kai'Sa today, right? I think Belfast Storm did it as well.
Yeah,
is it just like it's good so we pick Kai'Sa and then okay later Bard looks good here we take Bard, or is Bard Kai'Sa like a thing? Is this like an actual useful 2v2 Sheikah, or is it really just these are good champions and we have players that are good at them, you know?
I think sorry, my cogs are whirring.
Yeah, just like mine. I don't have the answer, you know. I'm an idiot, so I'm asking you guys.
It's
You guys
If I
have been right
may.
every time today.
Yeah, but
take it away, Rude. Take it up.
If I may, the Kai'Sa's laning phase typically fairly weak, right? And the thing that Bard actually got really buffed on was his Caretaker Shrines. So you get a lot more sustainability from the Bard lane. You're also typically self-sufficient in the sense that you can supercharge away from some engages, and I don't think that there's too much on the flip side this time that's going to particularly posit a threat if the Kai'Sa's playing appropriately. And I do think that there's also weird kill threats. It's almost like an Ezreal Lux of old, where you'd forget that they had really lethal sort of lethality damage when you got to level 6 marker, for example. Same to be said for a Bard Kai'Sa, because Bard deals too much damage for a support. One of my biggest pet peeves with the champion is that you just 1v1 AD carries, even late game when you've got enough chimes, and then you've got Kai'Sa who can follow up obviously quite easily with the Killer Instinct. So there's a lot of weird little synergies between the two of them that don't merit them the S+ tier of bot lane, but that mean when you stick them together, it's got a couple things that you're like, hold on, we're cooking here.
And I think another big thing for that lane specifically is Kai'Sa isn't bad when left on her own post 6, right? You've got the Killer Instinct and the Supercharge to get to safety, so Bard can roam with this Jarvan and look to make impact in mid, maybe even top lane.
Yeah. Okay, right. We're just about to get into game, so we're going to push you guys very quickly. I don't like to lean on predictions too much throughout Analyst Desk, but for this one, because there is such a kind of, it's for quite a close matchup to call, and with both of them needing this win so badly, Ruddy, I'll come back to you first. Who do you think is taking this one, Arcadia or Verzik?
I'm going to go Verzik, and this isn't actually down to the draft. I actually think that the switch up of all of the rosters is going to cause Arcadia just a little bit of time to sort of breed through. They need to get through those issues and the teething problems that are going to happen in the first place. I think Verzik having at least 2 weeks together are just going to have a little bit more core fundamental, and the fact that they've got tools to make things happen early on, it could very easily catch Arcadia off guard.
And you, Sheikah, do you think Arcadia can finally do it? So many of the people that are near and dear to your heart on this roster. Do you think it's time for the win?
I think they could. I think this is the game. I'm the agent of chaos wherever I go, so I'm happy to cause discourse amongst the desk.
Yeah.
But this roster, this. If any roster is going to do it, this is the roster to do it. If any comp is going to do it, this is the comp to do it. If any day is the day for it, today is the day for it. Arcadia will get their first win today, or I don't know. So help me, Lord.
Let's see if they do. Over to you, casters. Last game of the day: Arcadia versus Verzik Esports. Let's find out if they can get that first win, or if Verzik will move to their second. Ejun, Rail, take it away.
Thank you very much, and we are finally here on our final game, and it's going to be an exciting one because both Verzik's Esports and Arcadia have been struggling a bit. Arcadia especially with no wins, but now with a roster change, Synapse on the support, Shada on top, and Price Locker on jungle. We'll see if they can make it work out. Arcadia on the blue side, Verzik on the red, and I am once again together with Rail. Rail, my man, how you doing?
I'm doing a lot better now. I'm seeing a Jax in my game. Very hyped for what we've got here because top lane, very much a skill matchup like the desk touched upon. It can honestly go either way. Lars, a very experienced Fiora player, so can Shada step up to the task of Lars' Fiora? Because the last time we seen this champion on him, he absolutely took over the game. He had double the CS of his opponent, absolute flame horizon, and just became a monster. So I'm pretty sure there's going to be a fair bit of focus towards that top side because Lars was a monster, but Small Critter is someone we need to talk about. Quietly has good games for this team. Doesn't always end up carrying because they've not had the greatest of games, but he's always had decent form, decent damage, tends to be right place, right time, but sometimes it's just not enough. So we'll see if he can step up today for this game as well.
We will see indeed, and you know, you had Jax as your favorite pick. I mean, for me, obviously it's going to be Poppy, and while I'm super excited to see, I'm kind of really rooting for Arcadia here, of course. It's going to be Price Stalker versus Goldie, because the Poppy into like the Jarvan matchup is one of my favorite, because you counter 2 of Jarvan's spell with a single W. That's my favorite part about it. You legit counter half of his kit.
I mean, Jax has already got an extra buff because he's using Pack Jax, which is extremely rare.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a super rare one.
Don't see that very often. A little bit of poke coming down from Lars early. I'm sure we'll get a lot of focus towards this top side. This mid lane matchup as well. Orianna able to assert a bit of dominance, especially in the early stages. Getting that rush to level 2 fast as well.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about that pack skin, I'm glad you mentioned it up because it really feels like a matchup of pride over here in top lane. You have a Price skin, and you of course have Lars on one of if not his best champions. So it feels like top lane is the focus this game. So much pride, so much ego on the line between Shada and Lars.
Yeah, and there's a bit of other pride on the line, especially for Brixton. We need to see if the Lena buff in chat is a wife buff or wife nerf. So we're about to find out some more.
Ooh,
with some action
Shada
in top
here
lane.
Caught out. He has to use something, but oh, okay. It seems like he's just gonna try to take as many names as he can. Unfortunately, not able to take too much out. Almost a nice attempt on Hollow. Got him almost to the wall there, but barely missing. So that mid dive, the mid gank isn't gonna work out. Meanwhile, in top lane, working out for Verzik. A kill for the Fiora.
Yeah, it's a bit rough, especially in the top side.
Oh my god. I didn't even see that until it happened.
Just narrowly missing on the Orianna, but what's important about what we missed on the top side is that Fiora parry. The whole game of Fiora Jax is who's going to stun first, who's going to use their parry or counter strike. That's the whole game. And if Lars gets into the head of Shada, it's not going to be great.
Oh yeah, we'll have to see how those things work out. Of course, Jarvan is kind of starting to move around bot lane, and Jarvan, I mean, his early game ganking is absolutely scary, so we're going to have to really kind of watch out for him if you're on the side of Arcadia.
What's to note, Blank has a rel this game, which is going to help him a fair bit, and it's with Synapse, who previously was playing top for them. So he swapped down to the bot lane for this game, and we'll see if they have a bit more synergy with this. But we've got the Jarvan, and Orianna's also working their way down as well. Looking for a sneaky gank, but with with Small Critter being near the it's not the play you want.
Yep, indeed. I mean, that's another thing that you kind of mentioned over here, Synapse, in the support. I really wonder how Arcadeia is going to mesh, like, kind of 3 new positions, you know, Pride Stalker on the jungle, Shada on top, and Synapse on support. Like, that's going to change so much of a dynamic in their team, and I wonder if it has, like, kind of gone together yet, or if they're still in some kind of, like, transition phase.
This is important of Goldie showing up towards his bot side, trying to get that freeze broken, and he does, which is very, very important for bot lane.
Yep. Otherwise, you know, you talked about the mid lane that Orianna had a bit of an advantage, but kind of looking right now, Brixton having a bit of a farm lead.
Yeah, especially with Orianna being forced away on that sub 10 HP, kind of misses out a lot of farm on that wave and got punished for it. So Brixton has established a decent lead and still has TP if he wants to go base.
And base he will go. Meanwhile, on top side, we do see Lars with the advantage he's accumulated with that first kill is starting to have a nice bit of control over this top lane. A bit of nice chunky CS up. Blank potentially caught out, but nah, Jolly Boy not really getting a stun with that Q.
Yeah, top lane gets rough, especially when Fiora has Sheen before you. It's very much another mini game in top lane, where whoever gets Sheen first in that matchup tends to trade a little bit better. So Shader missing out on that is not great for him. And Verzik getting a nice early dragon for themselves.
It really feels like Verzik is playing more for the early game dominance, and Arcadeia is trying to like buy as much time as possible. Once, you know, like our analyst mentioned, that 25-minute comes into play and boom, just explode out with their superior scaling.
Yeah, both teams, to be honest, have really good scaling across the board. You got the Azir, you got the Jax, you got the Zeri. On the other side, you've got the much more simpler comp of just throwing Jov and Orianna in together. If the combo comes off, that can literally win the fight alone. But there's a lot of variables, and we'll have to keep our eyes out.
Yep, indeed. So far, the gold lead is not too much, honestly. Like, basically just like 400, 500 gold for the side of Verzik's. Jungle seems pretty even so far as well. It really feels like the only kind of advantage that, the true advantage that Verzik has at the moment is this top lane matchup.
Yeah, Shader does have the level advantage, just trying to crash this wave in, but Lars being aggressive when he can, and that's the thing I absolutely hate about playing against Fiora. When she gets those off, it's very rough.
Oh my god, wait, Shada over here, he's in trouble. He might just go down. Yeah, that's gonna be a kill. Wait, Lars! Oh no, he missed out the damage, and he's not gonna get a kill on Shada, so Shada just backs off there with his life, and Lars had to use, like, they both have to use equal amount of resources, flash for flash.
That is absolutely huge, and Hoppy is up towards his top side to help get it pushed in. Not gonna look for a dive on Fiora, otherwise that'd be a bit of a suicide. But
Yep.
the cancel of the auto attack on the Jax, man, that's upsetting for anyone who plays top lane.
Yeah, you know for sure Lars is kicking himself over that. Like, oh man, I was so close. It really was his skill to just have, because he was playing great. He just had to do that extra auto attack, and he unfortunately either missed it or canceled it. Whatever sense, Shada gets away with his life. And Shada must feel pretty nice about that. It seems like at least Arcadeia starting up this Herald, but with a bit of competition.
Yeah, with the bard being up here, both supports. Orianna off to the side with the ball is what you have to worry about. They're getting pincered in right now. They're walking into what Verzik want.
Ooh, Brixton was stunned, but no follow-up for now. The Poppy ult comes out, so the mid laner is gone. Arcadeia get the Herald, but they cannot kind of go in to secure it. So in the end, no one's going to get Herald. I think everybody's just backing off, unless somehow Arcadeia can sneak into there.
I think Arcadia are fine with it. As long as they deny the Herald here, that was kind of ideal for them. They're just going to waste the time, and look, they got picked mid.
Oh yeah, that's the combo I love. That's such a fun combo to do with like Azir and Poppy. Like, you already have the wall provided for the Poppy. Oh yeah, good times, good times.
I feel like you're getting much excitement today because your champion's been picked twice. It's bad.
Yeah,
My
I
mind
mean,
just
come
keeps
on.
getting banned.
Yeah, I mean, but let's be honest, Rail. I mean, Poppy's so fun, you know. She just stops everybody dashing. And I know people might say like, "Hey, you know, that's so boring, man. Stopping dashes." Well, I think dashes are overpowered, not Poppy.
Speak for yourself, Poppy being fun. Get that champion out of here.
Oh yeah, as an Aurelia main, I can feel the pain in your voice.
Oh no, I don't care about her, but I think Lars might care about her at some point, but if he's having this much freedom, I don't think he's gonna care about anyone.
No, I mean, Lars is completely, like, despite that early mishap over there, so, like, not getting the kill on Shada, that doesn't mean he lost anything himself. He's, like, if anything, he's gaining a lot of nice chunky bit of gold here. He got the plate over here. Look at the CS lead, 85 to 60 so far. Lars having another monster game on Fiora.
Yeah, Lars, again, like I just said, getting that freedom he wants, and when he gets freedom, he starts to take over, so he is going to be a key factor we need to keep an eye on. But Brixton has been constantly looking to make plays. He is someone we need to watch carefully, especially getting that pickup on Hollow in the mid lane. And I mean, if you got no Orianna ball delivery for Jarvan, then that takes away a lot of the power.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing that's kind of going to be interesting, right? Because the most consistent way that this Orianna will be able to get that ball delivery is through the Jarvan, but Poppy is just there to completely counter Jarvan's EQ dash in. Like, the only other way I could imagine is Jarvan kind of doing a flash ult, because that, I know Poppy can't stop.
Yeah, there's a chance he goes for that. Kaiser fully finished Stormrazor right now as well.
Ooh, another gank coming in. Oh no, Pride Stalker missing his E, but it's just enough damage. A lot of damage coming out. Goldie able to get up because Pride Stalker using his W now no longer has the means to stop that dash from happening, but that is the dragon that they get priority over now.
And Brixton, again, just playing coy, just acting like he's completely alone and pulling off the engage for his team, with his teammates waiting in the wings to sweep up.
Yeah. So now Arcadeia with a nice little bit of lead here. I mean, from Blank, we just saw he finished his coal stack as well. So nice chunky 350 gold. They get the dragon as well. So now the dragon soul will be Cloud. Okay, not as exciting, you know, but still pretty fun dragon nonetheless.
I mean, Fiora will be very, 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 very happy with that dragon, so I don't think Lars will be complaining one bit if his team can secure some of these for him.
Oh yeah, indeed. Ooh, nice stun from Jolly Boy. I got excited for no reason. It didn't really amount to too much, but still, it's so cool. Like, because there were so many minions there, and I thought like, okay, he gets a Q stun on like Blank and a minion, but it was Blank and sign up straight up.
Yeah, right now, Kaiser has a little bit more power with having the full item completed. We do have Pride Stalker down here matching Jarvan's pressure, so no gank's going to come off here, just denying Jarvan coming in. But Jarvan's still around. He's still looking.
A lot of tense caution here on the bot side, a lot of posturing. But in the end, everybody's just going to back off. They don't really want to fight at the moment. If we go back to top lane over here, Fiora with like a 25 CS lead and the Divine Thunder completed. My god, the divine intervention coming out from the Fiora. She is absolutely a monster.
Yeah, and it's collecting plates on the top side now, getting that gold lead. Even further ahead, so far Fiora's collected a lot of plates. Look at the gold difference right now.
Oh my god. We talked about getting into your opponent's head.
Yeah, you just can't play the skill matchup with Lars and Fiora. He is a dangerous man on this champion.
Oh my god, the damage. That Divine Thunder damage is absolutely illegal. Get this man in prison. Or whatever prison is in Runeterra.
I mean, just Fiora passive things. What a great champion. Especially in the hands of
There
Lars.
is a gank over here. Oh my god, the CC chain coming out. The Small Critter didn't even have a chance to get out of this. Will Jolly Boy get a chance himself? No, he will not. That is a kill for Blank. That's a double kill for Blank. So actually, super nice for him. I mean, yeah, no. Arcadia's bot lane having an amazing time. You know, kind of contrast to the Fiora.
Man, I really didn't know that Brixton works for Amazon, because it's just another prime delivery for his team. Every time just showing up, just delivering people on a plate saying, here you go, Merry Christmas, have fun.
Yeah. No, I mean, so far, like, huge props to Brixton. I think he's playing a wonderful Azir at the moment, just setting up for his team so much. So early in the game as well. Like, imagine once he gets to late game. Nice ultimate coming out for Synapse. It is interrupted. Oh, Synapse goes way too low, just goes down, unfortunately. Good play from Hollow, good retaliation.
And then the fun play. Just Jax
my
being
God.
denied even more. Fiora is here, but shouldn't really matter with Jarvan being nearby. So Fiora will just end up going base here. Jax still has to be cautious, just for the fact that Jarvan's shown his face.
Yeah. I still feel like Shada is handling it pretty well, though. Like, he's not giving up any kills. Sure, he's losing out here and there, but he's just trying his best. You know what I mean? Like, the hand he's dealt, not so good. Pride Stalker, unfortunately, this might be him away now. Yep, he goes down. Nice parry coming out from Lars. Lars' parry so far has been quite impeccable.
Yep, another one for the books. Lars just putting another statement out there saying if you're going to not ban my Fiora, you're in trouble because his gold is rising and rising. Get that shut down from Poppy. It's definitely going to help him in a big way.
Oh, Poppy had a shutdown as well? Oh, that's kind of crazy. Ooh, Smoke Critter caught out. Yep, that's just another kill. This time, Synapse saying, hey, you delivered a nice present for me. Here's Christmas present for you. Bam. A kill to Brixton.
Yeah, I'm glad Brixton actually got this kill because he's just assisted 3 of it before that and actually letting him pick up the gold. Meanwhile,
oh my god, stop, he's already dead. Why are you guys being so mean to Shada? This is his debut in UKEL 2023. Be nice. Ooh, okay. Aggressive play from Pride Stalker, but Goldie is not going down, and he might just get away. He might just get out of here alive. Wait, is Shada getting out of here alive too? I kind of forget how resistant these fighters can be. Oh, wow. So in the end, it's just a kill going down to Pride Stalker. Jolly Boy is caught out here as well. I don't really see him getting out of this situation unless he uses an amazing magical journey. But nope, a kill over to Blank.
So far, honestly, Arcadia have been able to respond to a lot of what's happened, which is going decent for them. But Lars is still posing a threat. Even when low HP, he is still scary to deal with. They nearly picked up the Jarvan, which would have been big for them, but didn't get him in the end, and ended up only getting a 1-for-1.
I do want to stress that I really feel like there's going to be a necessity for Arcadia, though, to make sure that Shada becomes strong on this Jax, because last time Verzik won with Lars on the Fiora, it was legit because they had no one, and I mean no one they could send to side lane against this Fiora, and the same might be happening this game.
I mean, at least the good situation is that Jax does scale decently well. He just needs to get towards his items, but down 50 CS, and obviously add the tower platings, add the actual tower as well. It's a lot of gold he's up right now. If we take a look over to the gold charts when we get a chance, I'm pretty sure Fiora's going to be like 3k up.
Oh my
4K.
god! That's so much! How is this man this rich?
But then look on the flip side. Look at where Blank is sitting right now. 8.2k gold earned to Kaiser's 5.8. So Blank has the keys for this game. But is Lars going to let him open the chest? Or is Lars just going to seal it shut?
Like at first, I legit thought that was straight up double the gold lead. And it basically, like, is almost double the gold lead. My god, Lars is an absolute beast at the moment, and he's just punching down this bot lane. He's making life hell for Shada as much as he can. Shada does have Divine Thunder himself now, though, so maybe he can like trade back a little bit, but not too much, honestly.
I mean, the thing is, when it comes to it, Brixton can keep Lars at bay in a side lane because of the range, but it's not really the person you want to send to deal with a Fiora. You need that Azir for the team fights, for the shuffles, especially for what he's been delivering to his team so far.
Ravenous Hydra now completed for Lars. If he is Thanos, this is two Power Stones at the moment, or 2 Soul Stones at the moment, so he is like 3 away from becoming an absolute god. But he's already feeling godlike at the moment in the side lanes. And I mean, he is now approaching mid lane.
At that point, with the 2 items that might as well be 4 Infinity Stones, he's just Hullbreaker away from his 5th. And that's when it gets absolutely scary.
Yep, indeed. And like Arcadia is going to have to need to have an answer for this. Whoa, very aggressive from Verzik, trying to get Synapse over here. Nice ultimate from Goldie, gets Synapse to kill, but Blank is not touched at the moment. He is chasing them. Ooh, okay, now he's getting like caught out a bit, but he does flash out to safety. Goldie, oh, not able to get the kill. So right now, Blank is on Rampage, surviving with such low HP. But of course, Price Stalker got low as well, so Price Stalker will go down. Brixton pushing away Hollow, trying to run away. But with Jolly here on the side, he might not be able to get out. At least Shada over here trying to get a kill or two. But Lars is coming. The main man is coming. So are you sure you want to stay? No, you do not want to. Ooh, the chase is happening over here. But in the end, I think Lars is going to let it go.
Yeah, end up trading decently well back, but at what cost, honestly? You didn't get too much for it. You got 3 kills for 2 in the end, but it's still not going to help too much. The gold is starting to close a little bit. That does help, but Lars is still a ticking time bomb right now. The man is just collecting gold for free.
Yep, and it's just continuing on. I mean, this Ravenous Hydra as it stacks up, like, that's just more power that Lars gets. And like, okay, so like you mentioned, they are finally sending Brixton to deal with Lars, but like, this is not where you want the Azir to be, right?
No, not at all. Especially with not having TP right now. They're looking for a counter play to
oh,
find
okay,
the Kai'Sa.
Aggressive into Small Critter. So much CC. Dota levels of CC. But Lars is in the back and they're trapped in a cage. Oh no, this is an absolute disaster. Shutdown for Lars. He's going to get a second kill over here on Synapse for sure. And Pride Stalker pridefully has to just walk away from this whole ordeal. And Lars is just like, yeah, you know, you think I'm done? No. Boom. Starting to take towers left, right, and center. Pride Stalker just trying to stop it a little bit, but he himself gets killed in response. A terrible disaster.
Fiora, Lars is just an absolute dirty man. If you watch that replay and if you've seen that parry like I did, oh my good lord. Literally, Synapse killed his own AD carry there because Lars parried it straight into Blank and just put Blank to his death.
Man, Lars is an absolute freaking menace to society. They're desperately trying to get something over here, but there are only 2 members. Where is your support, Arcadeia? It doesn't exist. And that's why the Baron's just going to go down, and Brixton is now surrounded by many people. Lars is just chasing in like a Terminator. He's coming in, and he's able to back off too because he's just so tanky at the moment. Can Blank get a kill here? Maybe? No, he's not able to. And so Fiora just completely backs off. 5-0-3, 191 CS. Rail, what can Arcadeia do at this situation?
It's just a case of hoping to get picks again. They're trying to find these picks, but they need to either knock Fiora back out of the team fight or trap Fiora somewhere where she can get stunned. But Lars has such good patience on these riposts that he's just getting them exactly where he wants. He's just stunning whoever he needs to stun.
Yeah, like I was kind of about to mention, like maybe you don't even want to try to back off Fiora in the team fight because the, like, you know, Poppy's ultimate, it's so telegraphed, right? So it's just such an easy parry. That,
I wasn't talking about Poppy. More meant like an Azir shuffle or rail stun, but so far Lars has just read every single one of them.
Yeah. No, this man on Fiora is absolutely cracked. It's like he's playing on a script or something. Yeah, like, you cannot let this man have Fiora ever again, at least in my opinion.
I mean, I thought we learned that lesson the last time, but Lars wants to say if you want to do it again, I'll do a repeat. It's not as destructive as last time, for sure, but it's still absolutely deadly. And we talked about that final piece of the Infinity Stone for him. The whole break has been completed.
Yep,
so
he's a god now. He's a god.
Have fun in any side lane against Fiora right now.
Yep. Oh my god. And Fiora can just be here forever. Like, from now on, Arcadia's going to face a macro nightmare because whatever proactive play they try to do, Lars can always just side lane and threaten to end the game. So they can't do much anymore. Like, it's gone from, like, win-loss scenarios to, like, loss-loss. Like, what can you do at this point?
Hope Brixton gets a God Shuffle. Other than that, it's looking very rough because Fiora's just going to shepherd these minions in. And any time a good prop pops up for Fiora, she's just going to quickly pop that back away with the movement speed. And if you go in, you're going to get stunned up.
Oh my god, look at this. Oh, wow, this is a kill? Yeah, that is a kill, a dominating kill. They did start up the fight over here, but Arcadeia, just too many of their members are not strong enough. Blank is trying his best, dealing a lot of damage, but Smoke Crit are able to get away alive. And the point is that Lars is healthy, so Lars keeps pushing, and they have to back off just for a chance to defend this base. But look how healthy he is. He might just get the tower here as well. Meanwhile, mid is getting pushed down.
Yeah, he's just defending these 2 cannons, gets that tower for free. Mid wave will be coming in as well. But they can just look towards ending the game there. There's 2 dead. Brixton, the strongest member, is not around. And that's a beautiful stun.
Oh, wow. I mean, unfortunately, the ending of the game isn't super exciting. It's more depressing because Arcadeia, unfortunately, will still be winless 0-5 while Verzik go 2-3. Congratulations to Verzik.
You can't give this man Fiora. We learned the first time. We're having another lesson today. If you're going to give this man Fiora, you best be prepared because top lane will not be fun. And it was not fun from the get-go. They protected the Fiora with the Jarvan and said, you know what? You're pushed up. This is first blood for Fiora. And then the game just started rolling from there.
No, yeah, for sure. Never give this man Fiora. But of course, well played to everybody else on Verzik. But like you mentioned, Rail, if we had to give an MVP, it has to be the Fiora. Like just the sheer amount of dominance and presence this Fiora had made it so like they couldn't do anything. And in the end, I think Fiora went deathless. A perfect game for Lars, essentially.
Yep, and then just like I said, every parry, every riposte was just on point. The one in mid lane, that's the stuff of nightmares for any AD carry main. Like you see that riposte coming your way after a stun just got thrown at Fiora. You just accepting death at that point. You just wait for grey screen.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's going to be... I really hope that Arcadia can bounce back, and we'll have to see that, unfortunately, not tonight, but in Thursday, when they play their next game. For everybody in the stream, this was going to be... Like, this is the final... My bad. I kind of lost my train of thought. I'm sorry, everybody. It's like the 4th game. My brain has turned to mash, but we will be back after a break to do our final post-game analysis. Thank you very much.
Oh my.
And we're back. All the games are done. Game 4 is concluded. And Verzik pick up another win. They move to 2 and 3. Arcadia still hunting. Avshika still hunting, presumably, for the Arcadia win somewhere in the future because there is nothing to be found here. No dubs afoot. My word. And it started in the draft phase. It started in the top lane, as we kind of set up that it so often does. And Lars got Fiora again and just did a little bit of a nastiness to them. Sheikah, did this, compared to the last Lars Fiora pop-off, did this feel any different to you? Do you feel like there's any more that we can extrapolate out of this? Or was it just, you give Lars Fiora, this is what you get? Okay. Again, it's late in the day. You know what's happened.
We forget
are we
unmuted
unmuted
on occasion.
Are we fresh and unmuted now?
Yes, we're here. Hello.
Right.
As I was saying,
Okay.
it was domination from the get-go. This was better than Lars' last Fiora game because that was just sideline pressure. That was just I go split push, I do boom. This game was domination throughout lane, straight into team fights. Lars was just running the game. It didn't matter that Blank was 7-1 at one point. It didn't matter that Brixton was doing so well. It didn't matter that Pride Stalk was finding gank after gank after gank. It didn't matter that Synapse was having a pretty decent game for a top laner as a support because Lars exists and Lars got a lead in lane because, I don't know. I guess my call on the Jax was wrong. My bad, Sheeta. Wow. You got some room.
There was not much of an honourable 1v1 to be had initially. It was jungle assisted. We have to acknowledge this. Yeah, so props onto... Yeah, the old classic from Jarvan there. So props to the jungle for Verzik for coming in and solving that one. But and we did see Sheeta get away from that dive attempt by the Fiora for no apparent reason, right? I don't know how he made it out of that, but he did do it. So there was certainly something to take away there. But overall, Lars just had an absolute barn burner again on the Fiora. We can see some of his stats in front of us here. And yeah, it's 7-0-3, no deaths to be found, no feet really put wrong. The only thing he did was not get absolutely every single kill that was placed in front of him, basically, by losing that one in top lane. So Ruddy, oh sorry, go finish your point, Sheikah.
I was gonna say that's made up for by the fact that the damage and the gold are dead even.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
1 for 1. You give me 1 gold, I do 1 damage.
Yeah. That is direct proportional value here. There is no questions asked for Lars. You give him Fiora, this is what you get. Rude, do you have anything else to add on the Lars Fiora?
You know what? We'll say no because I think we've hit it well enough, and I think that everybody could see Lars Fiora. It's a good pick.
Yeah, that's important. It's important. If there's nothing else to add, we don't need to add it. Lars Fiora is very good. Ban it, probably, guys. I don't know. Maybe ban it. But we'll see if anyone learns that lesson going forward. Let's look at a different lane. Let's look at the mid lane. And this one was a lot more even in terms of impact, right? I'll come back to you, Ruddy, because we didn't have anything more to say on Lars Fiora. But talk to us about Hollow instead in the mid lane. We set him up as a potential secondary carry, and he had low-key a pretty nice game with that Orianna.
Yeah, I'll do you one better. I'll talk about the two of them. So Hollow to start off with was fairly quiet through the early game. I'm not going to lie. Had a relative to his counterpart slow start to the game, but once we got, I'll say, past 10-15 minutes or so, Hollow was actually in all the right places. And whilst I do want to give a lot of credit over to Brixton because Brixton himself was the lead driving force for Arcadia through the early game. Weirdly enough, the Azir control mage in the mid lane was actually the one making the most amount of plays. There was a turning point sort of 15 minutes in, as mentioned, that Hollow just sort of thought, oh, you're roaming a lot? I'll go do that as well. And then when we got to see Hollow roaming around, was actually returning a lot of the damage and returning a lot of the kills that Brixton started to find post 15 minutes on into the game. So we highlighted in the early game, or in the pre-show rather, that Hollow was this secondary source for Verzik. It's nice to see that he was also able to step up a little bit because Brixton was really trying in this game. I can't lie, and I was saying in the green room that he was 0-0-4 at a certain point, and ends the game, as you can see, with a KDA of 2, 3, and 8. If he'd have had just a couple more of those kills, maybe there'd have been enough gold in there to push the gold and push the fights the other way. But like I say, Brixton, a very strong performance, but Hollow as well just stepped up where he needed to.
Yeah, for sure, and that's it calls back to what you'd said before, Shika, on that pre-desk, is that Brixton has been, especially in the open qualies, and we've seen so much out of this guy. We lost a little bit of it early on, but you can see very clearly there is a skilled player in there. He knows how to set up plays for his team, to set up his team for success, and maybe we'll see him do a little bit more of that in future weeks. But the last player that we want to look at closely, and Shika, I know you want to talk about this one. Let's talk about Blank. Let's get his player spotlight up and tell us about this Zeri and why the 7-1 Zeri just didn't seem to really feel like that. Why we didn't really feel like we had a Zeri taking over that game in the end.
I'll answer that question for you in one word: Fiora. On to the Zeri as a whole. This is something we've come to know from Blank, right? These more scaling picks. You've got the Zayas, the Felioses, the Zeris. Very, very good for this player. And this is the best we've seen Blank perform all split long. I was saying in the green room to Trajan and Rude that at some point you have to say that Blank is just your win con this game. Playing so well on the Zeri, being fed so many kills by Brixton and Synapse that it felt very in control for the first 10-15 minutes of the game. After that 50-minute point, the game did start to go a little bit awry, but this Zeri was doing so much damage, was having so many resources put into her, and was doing a lot of work in the team fights. And I think in a different scenario where it's maybe not a Fiora, Blank does just run away with this game regardless of what the top laner is, because as long as they don't have easy access to this Zeri, you're kind of laughing, right? Because your Zeri gets to skirt around these fights. You can get the Spark Surge up every so often. You can just dash around all these poke spells and whatever. It makes it very hard to play around, especially when you've got a beefy frontline like Poppy, Jax, Rel standing up for you. So I just wanted to take that second to really dive into the performance from Blank this game, because I think the main carry of this Arcadeia roster hadn't had the chance to shine at all throughout the split so far. So getting the chance to really pop off this game gives me a lot of hope for Arcadeia coming into the last game this week, as well as next week as we hit the midpoint of the split. I'm personally am very, very excited to see how Blank can really start to turn this split around for Arcadeia. Are they going to be able to contend with the middle of the pack, maybe even the top of the pack teams? Or is it just going to be too much for Blank to handle on his own? And will Brixton need to also step up and become one of these bigger carries that we've been talking about for so long?
Yeah, I mean, that's what you'd said before, right? You want to see Brixton and Blank step it up, and this is a game where we saw a lot of good things out of both of them specifically, right? As you said, Synapse had a perfectly serviceable game on the bot side. Pridestalker and Sheeta, Pridestalker was certainly active early on, but Sheeta struggled in top side, and the Poppy at the end of the day didn't have too much impact, whereas very much on the other side you can see that top side for Verzik, as we had set up, that Fiora, Jarvan, Orianna went absolutely crazy, and the bot lane, they certainly didn't win lane, Gino and Jolly Boy, but they did not throw the game out to such a point where it was kind of destabilizing the advantage they were getting elsewhere. So certainly a strong performance by Verzik, playing well to their strengths, and we did see some of the glimmer from Arcadeia of what they can bring to the table. If they can just get the rest of the map sorted out, if they can bring it to bear more effectively later on, perhaps there is more wins. I say more wins. Any wins in the future for Arcadeia somewhere down the line. So for now, let's take a look at the standings as a whole, if we can get that one up, and let's take a look at what we've seen now in front of us. Much the same in terms of general layout. The only big difference really, I think, is that DMG now in second place and Ruddy falling down to fourth or joint third with Belfast, struggling a little bit down there. And then, Venomcrest not able to keep that one running. Verzik now joining them. And Verzik certainly showing us that against teams like Venomcrest later on, I think they could definitely step up. But Rude, dude, is there anything else on these standings? Any other teams? Any just last-minute thoughts and reflections from the day of games we've had?
I do think that what we're heading into is actually a fairly concise top three, and we could maybe push that to top four. I think Ruddy have still got, just to me, little bits to prove. It's not, a lot. I could very easily be convinced that there's a top four there, but for the time being, very happy with DMG, very happy with Tempest, and we got to see good stuff from Belfast as well. I do think that last week was just that blip on the radar. I think that those three teams, generally speaking, are going to be challenging as we get later and later on into the season one another. And that bottom four as well, I do enjoy watching their games when they go head-to-head with one another, but it is starting to feel like if we get a top half versus bottom half clash, that it may become a bit one-sided and a bit formulaic in that sense. All that to say that we didn't just watch Thursday's games last week and have a 50% of those.
4 upsets out of 4, yeah.
Exactly. So
yeah,
it's a little bit difficult to call, but that's my general prevailing of thoughts.
Sure. Sheikah, for these bot side teams specifically, especially teams like, you know, Verzik and Venomcrest, maybe even Arcadeia and Lionscreed, which of these teams do you think has a good chance to step up? Especially since if Ruddy thinks that we maybe have a bit of a gap forming, a bit of a gulf opening up between that top 3, top 4, which of those teams do you think is most likely to jump that gulf and bridge it and maybe threaten for playoffs, which is that top 4 are the ones who make it?
Venomcrest, I think, are your most likely contenders. You know, the selfish part of me wants to say Arcadia, but it's a long road ahead. It's a lot of work. We saw good signs today, like we said, but I don't think it's realistic, even if I would love to see them do it. I think this Venomcrest Serpents roster, I mean, throughout open qualifiers, we said they were one of the better teams. They surprised me, especially. I thought they'd have a lot of dysfunctionality in that bot lane, but KZ and Fastlegs really proving to me that they have a lot of those doubts that I had have been completely removed from the situation. I'm very excited to see if this Venomcrest Serpents roster can step themselves up, especially with Eno having stepped up recently as well. So if anybody's going to contend with these top 4, you know, your Belfast and your Ruddys, that's the team that's going to do it.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can do it. With that, we're going to sign off for the day. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. As always, we'll be back on Thursday at the same time. Thank you very much to Project Gap for putting on the production behind the scenes, and the UKL for running the 4 nations at all. Thank you, Sheikah and Ruddy, for being me on the desk, and Ejun and Rail for casting so well all throughout the day. Feel free to follow the UKL at Twitter at the UKL, the website ukl.gg, Discord is discord.gg/the UKL, and Instagram is at _UKEL. So follow us, find out more about the league, get to know these players, catch up, watch the games live, join us in this community. It's all going up from here. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your night, and we will see you on Thursday.
If you spend like bonds on some clothes and your tape need work, yeah. You ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work, yeah. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid, yeah. Show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way, yeah. When you really dumb if you spending like your funds on some clothes and your tape need work, yeah. You ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work, yeah.
Oh my.